Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the May 6th special workshop of the Murrieta City Council. It is now called to order. Madam City Clerk, would you please call roll?
Councilmember DeForest. Councilmember Stone.
Present.
Councilmember Holliday.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lavelle.
I'm right here.
Mayor Warren.
Here.
Let the record reflect that all members are present with the exception of Councilmember DeForest.
Thank you very much. We're going to start off with budget workshop, proposed operating budget for fiscal year 25-26 and 26-27. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will get things started, and our finance team will take it after a few introductory remarks. More or less, I just wanted to set up the conversation for this biennial budget. Big task at hand, obviously, and looking forward at our finances, and wanted to say a couple things more in terms of just telling the story than presenting the numbers. We went into this budget cycle with a handful of goals. Some of those we got from council, others came administratively. First and foremost, we wanted to present you with a balanced budget. You'll recall that in the last couple of years, we've projected deficits. We've been fortunate to be able to close some of those deficits over the course of the year, and I'll talk about that in a second. But we have had to make some operational cuts and some things, and you know, no time like right now to make sure that we're on a financially sustainable track. So we're going to be presenting you with balanced budgets. As I mentioned, sometimes what happens is we project a deficit, but by the end of the year, that deficit closes. That's for a variety of reasons that all have to do with the way we build conservatism into the budget. As we put this budget together, we aim to be more accurate. So that means when we know we might have some vacancy savings over the course of a year, we might not know what positions, but every year we have transitions when we're filling positions. We're now budgeting for those vacancies. At one point, I think when we were projecting things like property tax, we didn't want to assume which projects were going to come online, so we would take our incoming revenue and hold it constant. But really, when you look back over time, we always have some growth in property tax, so now we're accounting for that. So the purpose of telling you those things is to say, whereas in years past, we might close the year a little better than what we forecasted, we're now accounting for a lot of those things in the budget itself. So we won't have as large of a delta between the beginning of a year and the end of a fiscal year. Those things are now built in to make sure that if we have opportunities to invest, we can make those investments, and if we don't, we avoid doing so. We also went into this year with the goal of right-sizing some of our service levels. So we had a conversation at a council meeting where council asked that, with me being new to the position, to come in and evaluate where we might have, I don't want to say more resources than what we need. This is really a service level conversation. We've trimmed the fat, frankly, through the multiple rounds of operational cuts, adjustments to overtime, and other things that we needed to do to balance the budget in years past. But we did want to look at where are we getting good return on our investment, where do we have service level deficiencies, and how can we adjust our operations to make sure as many dollars as possible are going to the highest value things. That caused us to think about doing some of our work differently, where we might get similar outcomes but with lower effort, or in some cases it even meant accepting a slightly lower level of service in some place so that we could ideally free up some money to invest in the most important things. So we've done some of that work, and we'll present that to you today. Ultimately, I don't want to overlook or be too brief with the point that most of the low-hanging fruit in regard to efficiency was picked. And the operational cuts that we made, where we went to teams and said, we need to cut 5% or we need to cut 10%, already initiated a lot of that thinking. We're just taking it to the next level now to find those next things that aren't quite as clear or obvious, and we have found some. So really good work by the team to identify places where we could be more efficient and do work differently. We did that work well enough to create some opportunity to make targeted investments within this budget. I had reported at a previous council meeting that we were up to about $1 million in savings. I was challenged to find $2 million. That challenge was provided to the team. We didn't quite get there, but I think we're somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.8 million of efficiencies that we found with the intent of reinvesting some of those dollars. Unfortunately, at the same time we were finding those efficiencies, we were also getting updated numbers with sales tax returns. And frankly, the trajectory we're on means probably downgrading our projection of sales tax by a total of about $2 million. At the same time, we found about $2 million to invest. So that's how things go. We're still resolved to do the very best we can with the resources that we have. Just another couple logistical things to let you know that are a little different in this budget presentation than years past. We wanted to increase the level of transparency with the changes that are made in the budget and whatever investments that we're asking to make. So what we asked teams to do is present a base budget that would essentially be everything that we've already done. Same staff, same investments in training and equipment, and other than nominal costs that increase, like the cost of electricity that we have no control over. And then separately, everything that's new, we put off to the side, so that we could look at it and evaluate it independently and kind of compared to the other requests being made by other departments. So we have some recommendations of the things that we would like to include as new investments, and we have some anecdotes to show you highlights of the things we weren't able to invest in yet, but that we would propose when money is available, making those investments sometime in the future. We also are changing slightly our approach to use sources and uses of one-time expenses and ongoing expenses. Obviously, we want there to be balance with anything that's going to be an ongoing expense. We should have an ongoing revenue source to support it. But for those one-time expenditures, we're proposing shifting more of that burden to some of our accumulated unassigned fund balance, the one-time money, our savings account, if you will, in part to relieve some pressure and enable us to make some of those small investments in our operations. We can't sustain that forever, but we could certainly sustain that for a number of years. And you'll get a sense of the scale of those one-time costs, where we can be a little more we can be a little more liberal in finding ways to fund some of the things we need, as long as they're those one-time expenses and supported by that accumulated balance. Overall then, our big picture, I want to leave you with, our financial position overall is very strong. It's strong because conservative budgeting and conservative spending by city councils over the last few years has left us with healthy reserves, has left us with a healthy unassigned fund balance, and everything we need to weather the current economic kind of, I don't want to call it a storm, it's nowhere near a storm, but it's a little bit of a downgrade from where we've been, and even something like an ordinary recession, or frankly, even a more extraordinary recession. We're in a very good financial position overall because of those accumulated savings. But where we see pressure is with things like sales tax on the decline. We can't make as many investments in some of the ongoing costs, new personnel, additional training, new equipment that have recurring costs, et cetera. And you'll see that when we present some of the numbers. It'll be some time, I think, until we really have the kind of growth period that would enable us to make those investments. And frankly, one of the lessons learned, hindsight is 20/20, we were a little more assertive with some of our MOUs for payroll increases and things like that over the course of the last number of negotiations, planning on growth that frankly didn't quite materialize. So what that meant is we spent a little more early on, and now we have a period of catching up and letting those revenues come back to get us back into a position where we can continue to grow. Until then, we're going to be relatively flat. As a reminder, we've had more than a few rounds of cuts to expenses. We still have a number of frozen positions. So while we're presenting you a flat budget, it doesn't mean that we're in the position we'd like to be in terms of overall service levels. And I do expect we're going to be a little more conservative in presenting you with a budget, but as we observe the economy picking up, if some of our sales tax numbers improve, we do intend to come back, go right back to the list of things that will present you with some of the items that we think are really high value, so that we can introduce funding for those things as soon as we think it's available, because all of the areas that have been identified that are on our list for new investments are worthy and would serve our residents very well. With that, we're going to go through some of the specific numbers and put that story in context. But again, overall, very strong budget. We have nothing to worry about, but we should be exercising some restraint until we see more robust growth. And we'll show you what the handful of targeted investments that we think are most worthy and get your input today. With that, ready to turn it over to Javier and team, who have done extraordinary work, late nights, weekend hours, entertaining every single new idea and iteration and everything that Kristen and I and other team members have thrown at them. They've harassed some of the departments to try to get them to do as much of the work as they can do to cut expenses. They've really, them and the other teams have been extraordinary in getting us to this point today. So with that, Javier.
Thank you so much. Welcome, staff.
Thank you to our city manager. And good afternoon to all of you, Honorable Mayor, City Council, City staff, and members of the public. Today's budget workshop is an important opportunity for both the City Council and the public to ask questions and provide feedback on the proposed operating budget for the next 2 years. Before we begin the presentation, I do like to acknowledge and thank the individuals who play a role in developing this draft budget. First, I want to start and thank our city manager, Justin, as well as our assistant city manager, Kristen, for their leadership, guidance, and support throughout this process. Next, I'd like to recognize the directors of each department and their team for their cooperations and understanding as we work through this effort. And certainly there was difficult conversation through that process. And finally, I want to express my appreciation to my team in finance department with Jennifer, Tanner, an RN, and other members in finance for their hard work, their dedication and commitment over the last 5 months. We have spent countless extra hours helping bring this budget together, and I'm truly grateful for their contribution and their effort. So the report that we have for you and presentation outlined the draft budget for the next 2 fiscal years. We have a lot of information to cover, and we'll highlight key budget assumptions that we use to forecast the proposed revenues and expenditures. Jennifer and Tanner will provide an overview of the city-wide budget. They will talk about numbers. They will discuss revenue trends for the major revenues and provide the proposed expenditures in different perspectives. As our city manager mentioned, we had some slight changes in the way we're presenting the budget for primarily for transparency purposes. But one of them is the distinction between one-time budget requests of one-time budget expenditures and recurrent budget expenditures, which help us identify those items that we can fund through available fund balance, and as well as the component of the budget that requires ongoing financial resources. Following the guideline from our city manager, we have worked closely with the department's directors and their staff to identify areas where we can improve efficiency in service delivery. These improvements led to budget reductions, which can then be reinvested into areas that will add greater value or enhance services delivery in line with the city's priorities. This will be presented in a few slides ahead of the current slide, and we call this City Manager's recommendation. This is for new budget requests and personnel, and these are certainly, we will be seeking direction from council for those items. The budget development began back in December 2024, and over the past 5 months, has involved extensive data gathering, revenue and expenditure analysis, and we have collaborated with each department to review and refine their baseline budgets. Today's workshop provides an opportunity again to receive feedback from council. It is designed to establish realistic revenues, projections, strategically allocate resources to support City Council's goals and community priorities. and that we ensure funding for all city programs and services. Following direction from the City Council, we will return to the office, revise the proposed budget accordingly, and bring the final version forward for adoption at the June 3rd City Council meeting. And finally, the fire district operating budget follows a two-step process. First, the preliminary budget must be approved, followed by a public hearing for final adoption. The public hearing to adopt the fire district budget is scheduled for the June 18th City Council meeting. The proposed operating budget is based on multiple factors, including current and projected economic conditions, historical trends, and informed assumptions. On the revenue side, the sales tax, we are assuming a 3% year-over-year increase. This is consistent with the projection from our city sales tax consultant. It's slightly less conservative than theirs, primarily because I think we have learned over the last few years that their assumptions are slightly higher than ours.
Right, so slightly more conservative.
Yes,
right? We're projecting less increase than they are.
Correct. The property tax, so we did a 10-year trend analysis of historical property tax revenues. And the analysis supports a 6% year-over-year increase, and that's the average we have identified over the last 10 years. Interest and investment earnings, the investment income has played a significant role in our budget and finances over the last 3 or 4 years. It's important to note that these projections may shift due to inflation trends, employment data, and global economic development. While our current forecast suggests a gradual decline in interest rate from one year to the other, certainly a future adjustment will be depending on those evolving conditions. On the expenditure side, we are implementing a 4% vacancy rate to reflect anticipated salary savings from promotions, retirements, and turnover. This is a less conservative approach than prior years. In prior years, we have done approximately 1%. But it is expected that this will yield a more accurate personnel budget. The proposed budget today includes all currently authorized 468 full-time equivalent positions. Year one includes salary increases for all employee groups that have approved labor agreements. Year two does not include projected salaries increases for public safety personnel, as their negotiation for their respective labor agreements will be underway after adopting this budget, this biannual budget. And lastly, the proposed budget includes the implementation of a fleet replacement program. This program will establish a mechanism to set funds aside to support the ongoing replacement of approximately 266 fleet units. This ensures reliability and long-term long-term cost management for our fleet program. And with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Jennifer to go over the citywide budget.
Thank you, Javier. Okay, so our here we have provided a summary of our proposed fiscal year 25-26 operating budget. It's broken down into separate columns for our 5 major funds: General Fund, Measure T, Fire, Community Services District, or CSD, and Library, along with another column for the remaining funds, which collectively roll up into our citywide budget. The top portion of the table, labeled Sources, outlines our proposed revenues. The middle section, Uses, details the various expenditure categories. And the final section includes transfers to reserves, which we'll be seeking feedback today, contributions to unassigned fund balance, and allocations for the proposed fiscal year 26 capital improvement, or CIP, budget. To improve clarity, we've introduced new categories for expenditure types. One-time expenditures are now clearly separated from ongoing and routine costs, which are listed under operations and maintenance, or O&M. As Javier mentioned earlier, we've established a fleet allocation to address the ongoing fleet needs. These include vehicle types for police, fire, public works, city hall staff, and pool vehicles. I would like to point out that developing a 2-year operating budget involves managing many moving parts. Some figures change on the daily, and this budget represented here today is not a final budget. We have additional changes that need to be made and incorporated into it, as well as what Javier will present later on the city manager recommendations. So please know that the numbers will change from now until our final adoption. When we do that presentation, we will identify what has changed. So you can rest assured that you'll know exactly what the budget is. And as the city manager mentioned, we will be adjusting our sales tax figures, which I'll touch on shortly. These changes, along with others that didn't quite make it into this draft, will be reflected in our final budget for your review next month. The proposed 25-26 citywide budget is currently at $1,189,687,362. Lastly, I would like to highlight that the general fund and Measure T budgets currently reflect a contribution to unassigned fund balance. If the city manager's recommendations are approved, these contributions will be adjusted accordingly in the final budget. The next slide is the accumulation of our citywide budget for the second year of our biennial budget, and is projected at $197,026,453. Similar to the first year, the proposed biennial budget, the contribution to unassigned fund balance for general fund and Measure T will be adjusted downward in the final budget. This slide represents our a comparison of our projected revenues for both of the years in the biennial budget. We anticipate the following year-over-year changes. Sales tax projections to increase 3% year over year, and we are being optimistic that will occur. Property tax is expected to grow 6% year over year. Charges for services are forecasted to rise 6% in the first year and 7% in the second year. And finally, other miscellaneous revenue, which includes interest earnings, are projected to decline in the second year of the biennial budget as the Federal Reserve plans to implement 2 interest rate reductions before the end of the calendar year. City functions and services, with the exception of most of the budgets for fire, CSD, and library, are funded through revenues collected in the general fund and Measure T. This slide represents the combined revenue budgets for both of these funds. Outlining the available revenue sources that support salaries and operating expenses, along with their respective percentage changes by category. We have sales tax, property tax, other taxes, and other revenue. The sales tax is the city's largest revenue source, accounting for 52% of the total. Negative economic factors such as inflation, tariffs, high interest rates, and rising unemployment can reduce consumer spending, which in turn affects our city sales tax revenues. This slide represents our historical sales tax receipts over the last 5 years, along with the estimates for the current year and the proposed budgets for the biennial for the biennial budget. In fiscal years 22 and 23, economic stimulus funding from the Biden administration contributed to increased consumer spending, which is reflected in the sales tax receipts for those 2 years. However, as that funding tapered off, along with the Federal Reserve interest rate hikes to address inflation and the conclusion of the student loan deferments, consumer spending slowed. Consequently, sales tax receipts for fiscal year were 4% lower than those in fiscal year 23. For the current year, we had anticipated a rebound in sales tax receipts. Unfortunately, we received the February sales tax data after we completed this initial budget draft. And the actual receipts are lower than initially anticipated. As City Manager mentioned, we will be proposing a reduction of $2.2 million in as part of the third quarter budget update that we're scheduling to bring to council on June 3rd. This adjustment will also impact the biannual budget projections of approximately $2 million per year. I'll now hand the presentation over to Tanners, and he'll discuss the expenditure budgets.
Thank you, Jennifer. We wanted to present the same expenditure information that was provided on the summary tables in 2 different ways to help make it easier to visualize. First, we wanted to present the proposed expenditures by category in hopes to make it clear where the bulk of our expenditures lay, which is in personnel costs and our operations and maintenance. Our personnel costs start at 102, or proposed expenditure budget, start at 102 million in fiscal year 26 and increase to 106 million in fiscal year 27. As noted by Javier, that does not include an assumption for our public safety COLA in fiscal year 27 as the MOU ends for fiscal year 26. For operations and maintenance, it starts at $61 million in fiscal year 26 and increases to $63 million in fiscal year 27. The all other expenditures category makes up just over $14 million in each fiscal year and consists of our capital outlay, our one-time expenditures, our fleet allocation, and the internal service charges. With that said, this only includes the one-time expenditures that were identified in the current proposed biennial budget and does not include the new one-time expenditures or ongoing expenditures that will be presented as part of the City Manager's recommendation later in this presentation. With direction from City Council, they will be added to the final budget that we will be bringing for your consideration and adoption on June 3rd. The next 2 slides, we wanted to show the proposed expenditure budget by department so that we could identify and provide a visual aid to you guys and all to see where the city focuses the majority of our funding by department. As we see, PD is one of our highest allocated expenditure-driven departments with a budget of $54 million in fiscal year 26 and $55.9 million in fiscal year 27. Fire is the next highest, starting at $35 million as proposed expenditure budget in fiscal year 26 and increasing to $36.6 million in fiscal year 27. Additionally, I did want to clarify that the admin fund you see on the left of the table consists of the city council budget, city manager budget, city clerk's office, city attorney, economic development, our admin services, which include HR, our animal services, finance, and all other non-departmental budgets. This table would have been massive if we did each of those separately. And the all other funds on the other side consists of our special revenue funds, our grant funds, and our special funded districts. On the next slide, we wanted to present that same information, but as pie charts for each fiscal year so that we can display the percentage of proposed operating budget allocated to each department. We could see in this slide that public safety makes up 50% of the total allocated budget, and the remaining funds make up the rest. As both Justin and Javier mentioned, part of the biennial budget process or part of the budget process for this biennial budget, we went back to our departments asking them to review and refine their budgets. The hope was to have them find areas where we could be more efficient and effective with our funds so that we can reduce the proposed expenditures budget and bring it into a more balanced state. And our departments delivered. They identified various areas that allowed us to reduce the proposed expenditure budget by $1.7 million in fiscal year 26 and $1.8 million in fiscal year 27. Although both Javier and Justin did thank them, we did want to give another shout out to our department heads for putting up with our numerous requests and delivering reductions and increases in efficiency. We couldn't have done it without them. During this budget process, we also identified and pulled out one-time costs separately from our ongoing costs to better identify what expenditures are necessary for the city to continuously operate and which ones are popping up during the year. From fiscal year 26, we were able to identify nearly $1.2 million in one-time costs, and for fiscal year 27, we were able to identify $824,000. As noted earlier, this is not an exhaustive list at this time, and with council's direction at the end of this workshop, we will move to add any approved city manager recommended expenditure items to this list for the adoption in June. Now I'd like to hand the presentation back to Ms. Jennifer Terry to continue.
Thank you, Tanner. Thank you, Tanner. Moving on to our estimated unassigned fund balance totals. This slide represents just that, our unassigned fund balance for all our 5 major funds. As a refresher, the unassigned fund balance is a collection of prior year's budgetary savings, or the difference when revenues exceed expenditures, that have not been assigned, restricted, or committed for another purpose. Based on the current draft of the biannual budget, we are proposing to end the first year with approximately $45 million collectively between Measure T and General Fund in unassigned fund balance, and $48.3 million in year 2. The operating reserve balance for all 5 major funds is $36.5 million. The policy, the operating reserve and sustainability policy suggests that we maintain at least 25% of operating budget set aside for operating reserves. Council has had a continued goal to have a 30% operating budget. So we've calculated what that would be. Based on our current levels and the projected budget today, we're at 28.2% for general fund, 29% for Measure T, and so on. For the second year, those reserve levels reduce down to 27.2 from 28. For general fund, Measure T reduces from 29 to 28.1, and so on. If you have the desire to maintain the operating budgets, or I'm sorry, operating reserves at 30%, we would need to increase those reserves $2.6 million in year 1 and $1.4 million in year 2 for a total of $4 million. This would come from unassigned fund balance that I just mentioned. We have in $40+ million in there that could fund that. Finally, the sustainability reserves. These are additional reserves that are set aside for specific purposes. Economic contingency is at $8.3 million, approximately 9% of our operating budget. Fleet replacement of $4.1 million, that will be reassigned to the fleet replacement program and will be used to fund the replacement of the existing vehicles. Same thing with the fire fleet replacement. Those funds were set aside for the tiller truck and the Type 1 engine. Both of those are estimated to be arriving in the next year, year and a half. So we will be appropriating those funds for those expenditures. And then finally, the CSD facility repairs, we're proposing to expend $3.5 million for the library expansion. That will be a loan from Measure T to the library diff fund. And then it will be paid back annually through the diff collections that they receive from new development. And then finally, our pension rate stabilization. We currently have a $9 million balance in there. $3 million is currently with our trust fund. We're proposing to transfer during the biannual budget the remaining 6% to the trust fund because both of those trust funds are earning more interest than we are in our portfolio. And continuing operations, historically, those funds have been set aside for increases in labor negotiations, but they can be used for whatever council wants to appropriate those to. So our total balance is $42.6 million in our sustainability reserves. We have a usage of $11.4 million, bringing our total down to almost $31.2 million. Javier will be proposing additional set-asides for your recommendation for both the operating and sustainability reserves.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. So as you receive a report of the expected unassigned fund balance for both Measure T and revenue, Measure T fund and general fund, I do want to, again, disclose that until the fiscal year end, all of those are always projections, considering that we need to close out the year, determine what the impact is on revenue and expenditures, whether we have a surplus or deficit, but also wait until we close the audit to identify any changes in any of the other fund balance categories. So that being said, we are recommending that Council authorize the set aside an additional $4 million from unassigned fund balance using general fund and Measure T into the operating reserve to keep the 30% level. As at the same time, we're also asking a $6 million transfer into the economic contingency, primarily because we have seen a decrease in our sales tax, considering the economic conditions, or whether or not we will see a mild recession. We may not see that, but being on the safe side, we're recommending to set aside the $6 million. That will bring our contingency, economic contingency reserve to approximately $14 million. As part of the budget process, we ask departments to identify their baseline budget and also identify any budget requests that are above and beyond the budget that they need to operate their specific departments. As part of that one-time request for both one-time and ongoing budget, we receive approximately $1.5 million worth of items. Of those items, one time for fiscal year 25-26, that part of the process to review the items was with the city manager's office, and part of his recommendation that we'll see in a few slides, it's worth approximately $502,000. For fiscal year 27, the city manager's recommendations items are approximately $396,000. Of the items that are recurring on a recurring basis and recommended by our city city managers to include into the budget is approximately $191,000, and items that are currently at this point in time that are not approved to include into the budget, it's worth approximately $432,000. And we're going to see a list of all those items in the next few slides. So for the fiscal year 26, one-time expenditure budget request includes replace the thermal imaging cameras on our front light apparatus. For CSD, they're asking for a cricket cutter. For our community center, a request to replace our appliances there. For our senior center, replace the TV that seems that it's quite old at this point in time. For our youth center computer lab, replacing the personal computers, adding some furniture for the Corporate Canyon facilities. For the library, we're looking for a budget to paint their back offices, as well as the 3 tabletop self-check machines. My understanding, those are approximately 18 years old at this point. We're looking to do some window tinting at the library for the foyer and lobby. For the dispatch center, we're requesting to replace their monitors. And lastly, but not least, I guess we still have more on the next slide, is an upgrade to our telestaff system, primarily to bring them to the cloud. We have been informed by the system developer that at some point our current version would not be supported. The list continues here with a data analysis program to conduct an automobile study. This is a one-time cost. It replaced the pool tables at the senior center. I believe, if not one, I think it's one per fiscal year. Replenish, replace, and add various items for special events. We're also including installing the preemption emitters on 3 prevention vehicles, primarily to test the gates at new developments. Emergency code light replacement on our 2 reserve apparatus for fiscal year 26, but then there's 3 more for fiscal year 27. For CSD, the purchase of a plotter for large prints. At the community center, we have significant number of repairs, wall repairs, that will require to be patched and repainted. So all of those items, it's approximately $502,000 worth. For fiscal year 27, we have a few items for public works, primarily with a new security system, primarily to, this is as a result of some vandalisms we have experienced over the years. We're also requesting funding for a trailer and as well as a skid steer. At the youth center, the replacement of the air hockey table for the Copper Canyon facilities, the new refrigerator or replacement of the current refrigerator. And as I mentioned to earlier, the 3 other apparatus, reserve apparatus, an update to their emergency code lights. And this is approximately almost $400,000 worth of items. For the ongoing recommended items budget, we have training for our police officer, the CATCH task force, membership for the National Recreation and Parks Associations, along with the conference for 1 attendee, annual flooring cleaning for the youth center, senior center, and gym flooring waxing at the community center, AED pads and batteries for the library, annual library water heater maintenance, adding a capital budgeting and transparency portal to ClearGov budget software. This is a replacement from OpenGov. Photo booth, snow machines, and confetti cannons, etc., for our community services department. Door repair and maintenance contract for all citywide buildings. Also, a classification compensation services or study on a per basis needs. And lastly, training and development across all departments. This is approximately 50% of the regional request. This is approximately $191,000 worth of items. items that are not recommended at this point, but we wanted to share with you because they're still important for operations. And when time is appropriate and budget is allowed, we would like to bring these items back for inclusion into the budget. This is the drone program, a first responder program, iPads for special events and Copper Canyon facilities. Although I believe that we might have the opportunity to have some extra iPads, so we'll be able to repurpose some of those, so that budget may not be needed at some point in time. Polaris off-road vehicles, this is primarily for our homeless program. A new sound system at the youth center, 2 interactive display boards for the library lobby, an outside mural on community room wall. I believe this might have been a request by the committee or commission of the library. Spotify subscription for 2 fiscal years for the library. Spring Share Library app. Library holiday party gifts for volunteers, a Who-Fi subscriptions, which is a software for online reservations for the library, a certificate of insurance management system, and the annual top workplace survey. So these items that are currently not recommended for inclusion is worth approximately $432,000. Lastly but not least is the recommended personnel additions. We have several requests, I believe somewhere in $3-4 million worth. What we're recommending for additions to our authorized number of positions. The bottom list identify the new positions, which is a deputy city clerk, a fire inspector. This is a position that will be grant-funded for 3 years. And the 3 paramedic, firefighter, paramedic to create the 4-person crew for the tiller truck. For position reclassifications, primarily for operations, restructure of departments, the following are recommended: an HR technician, a homeless manager, or some the titles to be determined, associate planner, assistant planner, an accounting manager, a senior fire equipment mechanic, and a senior evidence technician. The recommended reclassification of positions, total cost of fully loaded cost is approximately $80,000 combined. For the new positions request is approximately $1.2 million. And with that ends our presentation. We appreciate your attention. We certainly had a lot of information to share with you, but we're happy to answer any questions. But we'll also be seeking your directions on some of the city manager's recommendation.
Thank you very much. That was an excellent presentation. I know a lot of work has gone into this, and a great job by all the departments and your staffs for working with Javier and his staff, because I know this isn't easy. Trimming the budget is not what we like to do, but it's what we must do. And we want to thank, I know I speak for all of us, I'm pretty sure I do, that your work does not go unnoticed, and it's very much appreciated. So thank you very much. We'll move on to questions from our wonderful colleagues up here, and we're going to start with Councilmember Holliday. Mr. Holliday.
I can't get to my button. It's buried underneath. It's buried underneath the voluminous work that your team put together. Yeah, thank you for the great presentation and all the detail. I think I was up till 10 o'clock last night going through all the slides and tables and trying to stay awake. But great job. If we could go back to a few slides, go back to the sales tax slide. I started writing numbers down after the first couple because I figured that might be helpful, but wasn't quite there yet. That one, yeah. Why are we projecting such a big increase for 26 and 27 over what we've seen?
The projections were established based on HDL's projections and a 3% increase over current year. This slide has been, reflects the decrease that I'm proposing to take to you on June 3rd. So the fiscal year 25 projection is already reduced to, by $2.2 million in total between the two, Bradley Burns and Measure T. So we will be reducing 27 and 28 to be only a 3% increase over the current year adjusted rates.
3% over the 27,880 or 3% over the previously adjusted one?
The 27,880 and the 25,800, those are both what I'm projecting to decrease to.
And
Our current year budgets,
but
I
that's,
don't have those with me. I'm terribly sorry.
that's okay. But the 25.8 to the 27.3 is far more than 3%.
The projections on here are based on our current budget as it sits right now. And we were projecting to increase based on 3% based on our current budget. But this 25.8 for Bradley Burns is what I'm proposing to reduce effective July 3rd.
If I can add really quick, so by the time that we were working on this report and considering our sales tax consultant forecast, these were the numbers that were provided to us. Considering the most recent sales tax collection, which is the month of February, there's a 2-month lag. We realized based on the next 4 months, it is likely that we're not going to meet the current year, fiscal year 25 budget. So we are compelled that we need to make an adjustment of approximately $2 million. The FY25 projection you see here, that's what will be by the time that we bring that back to you as part of the third quarter budget adjustment for fiscal year 25. Our goal, by the time that we get the February actuals, we didn't have a chance to update the fiscal year 26 and 27 you see in the screen here. Those are, at this point, we feel they're overstated by approximately $2 million each fiscal year.
So the final budget is going to be 3% over what we expect the 25 to be
That's correct.
for both?
Yes.
Okay. 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 That explains why I'm just glad that you're on top of that and that we aren't proposing a close to 10% increase over what we're expecting to see this year. Because as we all know with tariffs, the threat of tariffs today, no tariffs tomorrow, whatever is going to happen with that. And I know California as a whole has experienced a tourism slowdown from Canada. There's a lot of uncertainty in the future. Mm-hmm. And so we certainly need to stay on top of that. The next one is slide 11. Slide 11?
Just kidding. Just crossing off my list everything you're at.
I'm gonna take all your questions.
Very good.
I don't remember what my question was. I just wrote slide 11. 102. Some of these, as I mentioned to our city manager, it would be nice to have these slides in paper while you're going through them so we can write our questions down on them, because sometimes I'm doing some math that I didn't quite get to before the slide went on. I'm like, oh, I have to go back to that one. This was on the MOU cost. So the 26-27 includes the half year that's under the current MOU. It doesn't include the second half of the year, right?
The MOUs are currently in line with our fiscal years. So
Right.
the first fiscal
Okay.
year has a full MOU costs included.
Okay.
The second year has a projection for the miscellaneous. It does not have a projection for the public safety.
Because their MOU is up.
Their MOU will expire June 30th,
26.
2026, yes.
So the one that we had that overlaps is included, but those are not.
Yes.
But we accounted for that in the Operation contingency reserve, I think you were talking about.
There is some money set aside for that in operations for the current year. We can either use that if there's a deficit to be closed, or whatever council desires. It isn't suggested to use one-time money for ongoing payroll costs.
Terrible idea.
Yes.
But we do have to be cognizant of that those negotiations are coming up. There probably will be a cost, an ongoing cost, and we have to kind of be prepared for that.
Yes.
So, yeah. If we could go to slide 20, or excuse me, 18. So I was doing some quick math. For the 25-26 budget year, the overall reserve is 28%. No, for the whole thing. So if you look at the total, if you do the math on the total, the percentage number that's missing there would be 28%. Because it's, when you do the percentage on the individual ones, when you have a general fund that's 75 million, a contingency on that is a certain percentage. If the fire district fund, which is the other large one, is 26, but you have 29% on Measure T, there's only 18 million, those percentages tend to get skewed. I personally would like to see the overall percentage in that bottom total line, because that's our target, right? If we're at 25% total, things can be moved around if we needed to in a particular area, say, well, this one needed a little bit more than the other one. The total is what I'm concerned with, is that I know 25 as the council is the number, bottom number we set, but as a council, we said we really would like to achieve that 30% target. It doesn't change the total number that he needs to go up to by the 4 million. It's just a nice number to see versus those other numbers can be skewed because of the size of the budgets. And then slide 20. So this was the economic contingency. Go back one slide. Is that the other slide? Yeah, so we have an economic contingency and then a continuing operation contingency, right? The economic contingency is for what?
It's primarily to address any change in our economic environment.
So if the sales tax goes down a bit, so it's in addition to our reserves.
It's in addition to the operating reserves, yes.
Right. But it kind of serves the same purpose.
Correct. And we would rather utilize economic contingency first before we tap into the operating reserve.
Absolutely, absolutely. So it's a reserve of the reserve. And then we go back to 20. And so these operating reserves of 4 million, this is to get us up to the 30%, right?
Yes.
And then the economic contingency would add to the $8 million we already have in there to give us a little bit bigger reserve of the reserve.
Correct.
I like that we're that conservative. I appreciate that. And my last one, if we could go to the request that had the drone first responder line item. I don't know if the chief or the captain could educate me on what that is, or the fire chief or whoever is the expert on that.
The drone is a first responder program, which basically takes the traditional.
Yeah, you're gonna have to come to the mic.
Could you come to the microphone, please?
This is advertised online. I could too, but.
But those on Facebook may not.
The drone is a first responder program.
Is your mic on? I don't think.
Oh, no, it's on.
There you go. The drone is a first responder program, takes the traditional drone, basically makes it available 24/7, so it's a dedicated. Police officer will be operating the drone, and it would be situated somewhere central within the city and be able to respond immediately to calls for service, reducing our response time to critical calls for service. So we have a trunk deployment team right now of 7 who carry the drones with them and deploy as requested, but this program would make it immediately available upon request.
And would that be flown remotely?
Yes, the pilot would be situated at our police department inside of an office at a computer, push a button on the computer, and the drone, wherever it's situated, would launch and then respond as directed by the pilot who is at the station.
And what is the cost of that program?
It varies right now since it's a fairly new program. I have one quote from a provider for it's about $300,000 a year. I have another one for $150,000 a year. Just depends on the type of drone that we want to operate and the capabilities we want to equip it with.
And that's obviously not one-time money, it's recurring.
It'd be a recurring subscription model currently is the most popular method.
And we would have to include the additional recurring cost of another officer for that shift?
We currently have an officer we could use right now without adding any additional bodies. We would reassign to that program. But if the
Okay.
program was proven successful and you wanted to offer more services, we would probably want another body to staff it greater hours.
So for the first year, though, if we wanted to move forward with that program, it'd be a minimum of 150.
My last quote would be $150,000. That would be the program, the equipment, the software, the body we already have.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Can I jump in and ask a question before you leave?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that all right with you? Okay. Does that also include repairs and maintenance on the drone?
The benefit about the subscription model is that it's all-inclusive.
Okay.
So repairs, replacements, if it breaks, they'll give us another one.
Falls out of the sky.
Updates, everything, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to also jump,
Go ahead.
no, about the drone. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Just another question about the drone. Is the, would that be like a program that would be continuous? So it'd be 24 hours a day? You would have an officer there for the drone?
Initially, to your point, Mr. Holliday, would be available, the availability of the officer we have assigned to it. So if there were 40-hour work week, be available during those 40 hours unless we staffed it with overtime or some other special assignment piece.
What other city is using that? Are a lot of other cities using
Our
this?
closest one is the Hemet Police Department, and the Menifee is about to launch their own program also. Public safety agencies nationwide are going to
Are
this
going this
program.
way.
Very, very successful.
Officer safety, I'm sure, has increased dramatically as well.
Yes, we'll have a drone on scene within a matter of minutes, whereas an officer on the ground can take, quite a bit of time depending on traffic. And the pilot, who's situated remotely, can report to the officers on the ground what they're seeing in real time. So by the time they arrive, they already have a good understanding of what they're dealing with.
Thank you so much for answering my questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You are Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Lieutenant, Councilmember, the young one over here, what is your name? John LaBelle. We were with the outreach team with Brian reviewing what the drone does. And I have it on my list as well, Councilmember Holliday. I think this is a really, really important program, especially with the increase of population. And also, we saw firsthand when the drone took off and went into an encampment to decipher whether there was somebody in that encampment. And that educational part of it is I think, fantastic for our team that's on the ground as they're approaching an encampment. What the drone is able to capture could possibly even replace some on-the-ground personnel possibly in the future, especially with the advance of technology. I would like to suggest to my colleagues that we find a place for this for $150,000. I think that this is a really important part of mitigating crime and also the safety of our men and women on the ground as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Captain Durant. Appreciate your
Before
answer.
you go, I
Don't
still
leave,
had a
Captain.
follow-up question. So you said the 150,000 is not for 24/7?
No, it'd be, well, the equipment, the program would be available 24/7, but it'd depend on us to staff it. So how many people we have available to actually run and operate the program.
So for 24/7 coverage, what would it cost in recurring cost in addition to the 150?
Be adding additional bodies, maybe at least 3 more full-time dedicated drone as a first responder program pilots.
And what's their fully burdened cost?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
Does Javier have that number?
Yes. Well, I have the numbers for a police officer position, and I believe that's approximately $270,000 fully loaded with considering an overtime estimate or forecasting overtime.
270 per person.
Yes.
Okay.
In full transparency, we're still using this. I wasn't prepared to speak on it, but
Yes.
That's
to
okay.
ease into it, the plan was when we eventually get to the point would be one drone wouldn't cover the entire city, probably at least a minimum of 2 drones, which of course would increase the cost.
Double
So
it.
Yeah.
the plan upon approval was to kind of phased approach.
One, try it and try it out and see how it works too.
Yes.
And if it's successful like we expect it to be, then in future budget years, look at expanding it.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I ask
Thank-
us one more question?
Sure.
Lieutenant, you need to sell this to us. Tell us what the benefits are by us approving at least one more. Please, tell us the benefits.
It's a exponential force multiplier for police departments nationwide. The public safety aspect, like you said earlier, it was just, you can't really measure the rewards that you reap from it. To have a drone on scene at a critical incident, a crash, a fire, a crime in progress is, it's outstanding to have that information ahead of time. The drone can report back. I think it was, one of our neighbor agencies had a man with a gun call, and the drone was overhead watching that person with the weapon, turned out to be a cell phone, in their hand, reporting back to the officers, and they would use that to gauge their response to those types of calls. But it's not just law enforcement, it's the fire department, it's
That's what I was going to say. It's probably beneficial for fire as well, right? Yeah.
Public Works, it's all the department agencies that can benefit from this. So just imagine having eyes on the scene in a matter of minutes, and the information, the intelligence that you can report back, it's just, it's hard to calculate all the benefits.
RoboCop is only one step away.
City manager, you wanted to
I was
speak?
actually going to ask him a question, if I may.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Captain.
Yeah, and you might want to stay. I'll ask you to
Yeah,
clarify
yeah, you
something.
might as well just hang out for a while.
Why was this on the not recommended
Yeah,
list?
good question. So firstly, if I can start with just clarification, Captain, my understanding is, we already operate a small fleet, if you will, of drones. We deploy them in situations like the one described to look at in homeless camps, encampments. None of that changes. The subscription that we'd be paying for helps support radar and other technology that enables us to launch those, not from a person who has to report to the scene, but from the station. So the service level improvement isn't going from no use of drones to use of drones. It enables us to deploy drones faster, which in an emergent situation is everything, right? The fact that we could get them there, launch them, so to speak, from the station rather than someone driving out with the equipment to try to put it in the air. That's the added value. Is that roughly correct?
Correct. The capabilities remain somewhat commensurate to what we offer now, just a much faster response.
Right. So part of the conversation was just understanding the service delivery improvement is significant, but we deployed drones and would continue to deploy drones. And for any long-standing situation, standoff with an assailant bordered into a house or something like that, we certainly use the technology now. The other thing was, frankly, to answer the question why, and this is right at the absolute top of the list that I would propose for things once funding is available. But when you look at the ongoing revenue, to present a balanced budget, we have $1.3 million to play with after we decrease our sales tax projection. That's it. Almost $1 million of that is the 3 firefighters we already committed to when we brought on a tiller truck as part of our apparatus. That left $300,000. My understanding was the cost of the program was $3 million, and we ought to clarify. I understand there's 2 options, but if we're going to move in the direction of having this technology, we should also make sure it's the right technology. And if that's the $300,000 and not the $150,000, we just want to be careful about that. My assumption was that it was 3, so we could either do a whole bunch of small things, and this would be top of the list for when funding is available, which my hope is only months into the fiscal year, or we could fund this and forego everything else that was an ongoing operations cost. And that was the only decision. They were all valuable, but some of those other operating costs were also valuable for other reasons. And so, and this one was a higher price point for the one program, whereas $300,000 spread across, 10 or 15 programs otherwise. That's it.
Thank you. And while this is not,
Could I comment once more? Sure. Just to agree with the city manager, the reason for the price disparity right now is the technology in this area is changing weekly. So I wouldn't be opposed to holding off a bit just to let things settle down. For example, right now to launch, we'd have to have actual human being on a roof watching the drone per FAA rules. I'd rather launch when we have the technology, the radar in place to get rid of that person on the roof and do a more autonomous version of it.
Yeah, no, and that makes sense. And we're not voting on
No.
changing the budget today. This is just a workshop. It's just asking those questions and highlighting to our city manager mostly that would be a priority for this council, I think
Absolutely.
is good.
And also my apologies, I called you lieutenant. I know you're a captain, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Right.
First class.
Is Councilman Halliday, have you? Thank you. We're going to move on now to, did you want to get in the queue or did you want to talk? Okay, fine. You're in the queue. I'll grab you in the queue, okay? All right, we're going to move on to Councilmember DeForest.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, it is for these giant books. We can't get to the buttons, but I just want to thank you again for all your time spent. And what you presented to us is, was fantastic and very transparent, I think, for the community. But what you gave to us is quite impressive. So thank you. Some more bedtime reading when, none of us can sleep, right? And I know that I'm certainly doing my share stimulating the economy, but it doesn't seem to be working as good. I keep telling those Amazon packages to keep coming, but, I think that we all are trying to get our feelers for this new economy that we're in right now. So a couple questions on that, just to maintain a couple transparency issues. On slide number 11, you said an overview of, let's see, $102 million is current, with an increase to $106 million. That's in personnel costs. But that doesn't assume a COLA in a negotiation of police and fire, right? That's besides what would be the minimum, right? Which would be a COLA moving forward, right? That doesn't have that built into that.
For public safety, no, it doesn't.
Okay.
Other costs are included in the personnel budget that do increase on an annual basis, and that's our CalPERS, workers' comp, our health insurance. So all of those things are included in those personnel costs, not just wages.
Okay, thank you for that. And then slide 19, with the pension trust, that is going to our PERS. What is that going to?
No, it's not going to PERS. We have set a trust, a 115 trust, set aside primarily for us to have those funds be invested on a more aggressive approach.
Okay.
Than our current investment portfolio, except that on the 115 trust, we're committing those funds specifically for pension and other post-employment benefit payments only.
Okay. Was there a slide specifically, or will I find it here that I didn't see when I was doing my review for this, what our PERS contribution deficit is?
The CalPERS unfunded liability?
Yes.
Yeah.
You say it ever so eloquently.
We do not have a slide for you, or it's certainly not in the budget book. We're happy to, I can send that information separately by email to you.
That would be amazing. I'd like to know what that would be.
Yeah, absolutely. What's included in the budget is actually our annual pension cost.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then moving back to slide 16, I was just looking at those one-time fees that we are proposing to spend money on at $824,000 and going back to the drone being on the other list at $150,000. But now I understand why it is on that list. So thank you for that, because some of the things on that one-time expenditure list, I thought we really could be more conservative on and cut some of those things to get something else. But I understand where our city manager is coming from. You get one, or instead of getting, yes, exactly, or you get none of those. So, okay, well, thank you so very much. I appreciate, again, thank you for your time and making it transparent for everyone as well, and very easy. So I thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember DeForest. Councilmember Stone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Unfortunately, I didn't write down the page numbers, so I'm gonna make you do a little scavenger hunt. Can we go back to the personnel page, please? So, City Manager Clifton, is it necessary that you reclassify positions? And then we have here, what, 1.2 million?
I don't know that I would ever say necessary. The fully loaded cost of the amended positions is about 80,000. It's the 1.2 takes into consideration the added positions, and the bulk of that is the firefighter paramedics needed to operate our tiller truck. In some cases, I do feel somewhat strongly that we have some positions that are just way out of class. And in those cases, in places where certain programs are growing, it does make sense. Some of these also come from our other departments, and we have strong advocates in the department heads for, and they've been through a round of questions and scrutiny on why they need these positions. It's fairly conservative. To let you know, our long-range projections, where we account for all the desired service level increases, we have probably $31 million of new positions and things that have been contemplated by department heads. We've constrained that to about $1 million in new positions, or sorry, 1.2 or 1.18 of new positions and 80,000 in reclassifications. It's designed to be fairly conservative.
Yeah, I see the 80,000 here. Okay, thank you. Going back to the slide where the drone was, can you go back to that slide? In our conversations, City Manager Clifton, when we interviewed you, you had some out-of-the-box thinking ideas, which I absolutely loved, and one of them was an extra layer of communication between City Hall and our residents. And you talked about the iPads. It can't cost a lot of money for us to have iPads, for us to do surveys, enabling our residents to be able to communicate to us as well. So I would like to see that added into the budget.
We're going to do it without a cost. We're going to repurpose some iPads that are currently at low use.
Even better.
So
Fantastic.
We wanted to be out of the box.
And by the way, thank you so much for your out-of-the-box thinking, and also thank you so much for the amount of money that you've been able to save the city. With regards to, hold on, I'm going to go to my notes over here. With regards to policy and administrative fees, I'm interested to know what the cost is to the city for us to have memberships for Cal Cities and SCAG. This is not something that you need to state right now, but I think it's really important for us to analyze what these memberships are, what it costs us to participate in both of these organizations, and what their return on investment is, please.
Yeah, Council, I would suggest that really even in good economic times, we should continue to evaluate our return on investment. And I think that could look like two things. One is a little more of a policy focus, especially for the organizations where we participate, pay dues, collect fees, et cetera, while we're also doing the same on the administrative side to see where we can repurpose iPads instead of buying new ones. So if council has some strong feelings about ones that you would like to review first, I don't think we can do them all at once. But if you have a couple you're particularly interested in, we could certainly take a look and bring back an analysis of cost benefit.
Thank you so much. This is just a little funny comment to Brian Ambrose. You need to calm our seniors down at those little luncheon parties, because I think they're getting out of a little control with having to do some wall replacements and repairs. And then I have a question for our financial team. So it's estimated that you estimate that there's going to be a decline in sales tax for approximately $2 million. My question to you is, are we seeing a decline in TOT taxes? Has Murrieta Hot Springs not met their goals? And more importantly, to my council members, as we anticipate the growth from the unfunded mandates, and I know I'm a broken record with the unfunded mandates and the possibility of a minimum of an extra 30,000 people coming to Murrieta. That does not also include out-of-area people coming to Murrieta, spend money at Costco. Hopefully, the Golden Triangle is going to bring some phenomenal uses. I think it's really, really important that we address public safety. I think it's really, really important that we budget yearly for more men and women on the ground and also support staff. Because, again, as a broken record, I don't want us to become Los Angeles, where crime takes over our community. And we want to remain one of the safest cities in the nation. We want to remain one of the safest cities in the state of California. And if we don't address this, we're going to lose control of our city. And I think that's something that we need to really focus on. Let me just go over my notes just real fast here. That concludes my questions, but other than, can you also talk about the sales tax and where are we at with the TOT? Where are we at with Murrieta Hot Springs? I mean, for me, it's sad that here we have Home Depot that supposedly is one of the top Home Depots in Riverside County, and yet we have a $2 million possibly deficit in sales tax. Can you just talk about that a little bit more?
Of course. With TOT, I believe that our projections are based on the 6 hotels. Last biannual budget, we considered the new 2 hotels coming in, so it was somewhat overstated. We feel confident based on our projections that our TOT will be more aligned with actuals. Murrieta Hot Springs is doing better than how it started. So we do have I don't recall the percentage year over year, but we are projecting an increase in TOT year over year. TOT is a very small, compared to sales tax, is very small. We're probably talking about $2 million.
Over $2 million. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so compared to $53.9 million in sales tax. As far as sales tax, certainly I think the decisions that happens either at the state level or the federal level in terms to their economic policy does impact, including the Federal Reserve Bank, does impact on in the economic and primarily on sales tax and how people feel confident whether or not they want to spend money or not. I think currently right now, consumers are, because of the unknown, they're just buying what this essential is at this point. I've seen data, economic data in terms to savings accounts rate increasing over the last month or so. Sounds like consumers are putting money on the side because, again, they don't know what the economy will bring. And so that certainly is impacting. We still have 4 months. We feel that 4 months into the end of the fiscal year, we're hopeful that gets better. But what we have seen so far, we're not going to meet our budget for fiscal year 25.
Okay.
And our goal is really to bring forward to you a very realistic budget. And so the numbers that you're seeing today, and primarily with sales tax, it's a significant increase where we think we're going to end today. A 3% somewhere a 3% increase year over year seems appropriate. One, to account for new businesses, and two, to account for new population coming in. If we have no businesses or new population coming in, we probably feel that our sales tax budget should probably remain the same year over year.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Very welcome. Councilmember Lavelle?
Thank you. Brief question.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Same thing. I just want to say here first, if we don't tie in the drones to the flock system, and that's not something that's evolving, I think that is going to be awesome. Having benefited from the flock regaining my stolen vehicle, I think that would be awesome. So I just want to say on record, that's going to be, without being Minority Report. The only question I have on the presentation, can you go to the recommended positions, the 80,000, the 1.2? There you go. On this slide, I don't see one that was on one of the attachments for, it was number 16 for the public hearing today, and it was the position of the Director of Municipal Services. Do we?
Yeah, that position was previously budgeted, so it's not included here. It was included in the base. I should also note that in some instances there's context that you don't get from the slide. For instance, with hiring a senior fire equipment mechanic, somebody with a greater level of expertise than the regular mechanic position we've had, we're hoping and planning on offsetting some of our contract costs. Similarly, with a deputy city clerk, our rise in public records requests has been so substantial that a number of those are falling to the city attorney so that we can process them within the legal required time frames at a much higher hourly rate than having someone in staff. So there are also savings in some cases. This is just showing the net effect. The savings are offset in other areas of the budget, but just to give more clarification on some of the requests, they're not all even just ads. Some of them are meant to be savings. So
in that specific example, it would be in the operations cutting for the contracting of those mechanical services that will be taken on by the new position.
That's exactly right. And similar, you would see an expected year-to-date cost for city attorney's fees associated with processing PRAs down actually an equal or greater amount than the cost of the deputy clerk position, as an example. We've also talked with other departments about the possibility of freezing new positions to support some of these, or if necessary, if the sales tax numbers don't improve as we've projected. So there's quite a lot of things kind of in motion at the same time. Municipal services, as well as another support position that will likely exist within that department to specialize more in the fleet and facilities, is also already budgeted but not filled.
On that thought and that topic, we had talked a little bit about the processing, the plan checks, the applications for permitting, possibly being contracted out to help expedite some of those delayed processes. Is that a thought in this as well? That
actually happens currently. So we do evaluate those contracts from both perspectives. In some cases, we might be able to get more help internally if we can make the hire. The other challenge that we've had with both planners and engineers is we've had open positions where we just haven't had enough qualified candidates and haven't been able to hire people. But we look both at our opportunity to augment our work with contract help or to reduce our reliance on contract help and hire more people. It's a value proposition. Wherever we think we get the greatest return is what we'll try to do. And then the backup plan is whatever's left if we can't hire a good contractor or we can't hire someone internally.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you for the presentation. Very thorough, and I'm sure it's very difficult to plan 2 years of a budget as this magnitude, so thank you all.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a question about property taxes. It's the only one that hasn't been asked. You are projecting a 6% increase, and based on today's trends, which is flat sales and higher interest rates, I don't see the turnover as much with going from a lower priced home to that being resold at a higher price, getting an extra amount of sales tax. What are you basing your 6% on? I was just wanted to understand that.
When we looked at the 10-year history, we did see a spike in fiscal year 23 when we had a lot of homes being sold. But in prior years, we were still seeing 6 and 7%, some as low as 4, but overall through the 10 years, it is a 6-year, a 6% average. We did, the ad valorem increases by 2% year over year, so that's a guaranteed increase. The other component comes from existing property sales and new development.
Okay.
So we still have new construction, new commercial and residential construction, a lot of multifamily that will really help to lend to that 6%.
Great. I just didn't understand where you came up with that percentage, and I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, it's based on historical.
Thank you. I appreciate that very
You're
much.
welcome.
I'll bring it back to the council. Is there any further discussions or directions that you would like to give to staff at this time? Hearing none? We're good. Thank you very much. I guess at this point in time? Well, we have the next one.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I know. It says right now, provide staff as needed. Is there anything else that we need, Madam City Clerk?
Yeah, seeing none, and I don't see anybody wanting to make a public comment either.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
If I can ask
Yes.
staff, we do need council's direction on both the contributions to the reserves
Okay.
and also on the city manager's recommendations.
Okay, so I agree with both of them, and I don't know if do you agree with that as well? Do we have consensus on that? Do we want to wait till Councilmember Stone gets back?
I even think with the 4 here, there's
Okay.
consensus, so we could probably just move forward with that.
Okay, I would say we would go with what is recommended at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be right back. Thank you. I see that staff is ready. Let's continue on with our CIP budget workshop, proposed capital improvement plan 2025-2026, and fiscal year 29-30. Staff, may we please have your presentation?
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. Jennifer Terry, Finance Manager. Also here this afternoon is RN Mendoza, our Financial Analyst, James Ozoff, Senior Civil Engineer, and Brian Crawford, Senior CSD Program Manager. Today's workshop is intended to receive input on the proposed projects for inclusion into the capital improvement plan for fiscal years 25-26 through 29-30. I would like to thank everyone involved in preparing the proposed CIP budget. It took many more people than those sitting here today to accomplish the task. RN will provide an overview of the carryover budget, the proposed budget for existing and new projects, as well as a brief overview of 2 proposed projects, one for finance and the other for the police department. James and Brian will provide more in-depth project-specific information for their projects as well. Also, project managers from other departments are here this afternoon if you have any questions regarding projects outside of library, CSD, or Public Works. I'll now turn the presentation over to RN.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, city staff, members of the public. This afternoon, we're going to go over the agenda for this part of the workshop, which is the CIP budget summary, as well as the new and proposed CIP projects and the future actions. Just to reiterate, year over year, we present that the CIP is a long-range 5-year planning for all individual capital improvement projects and funding sources. The plan prioritizes projects over the next 5 fiscal years based on community needs, but only appropriates funding for the first year of the plan. The funding for capital projects comes from a variety of funding sources, but for the most part, these funds are restricted for specific types of capital construction. These restricted funds are not available to be spent on ongoing operating costs. There are over approximately 160 CIP projects that make up the $114.6 million being appropriated for fiscal year 26. I'll just be starting just a quick overview of what those make and what categories of projects those projects pertain to before we dive into the details. The proposed appropriations are staff estimates based on preliminary assessment for each project. If budget revisions are necessary based on bid responses, then a separate item will be taken to City Council to request additional appropriations. The largest component of the budget is approximately 80% of the budget, and it is funded by our development impact fees, grant funds, and transportation funds. The largest appropriation is in our DIF, which is approximately 42 million or 37% of the budget, followed by the transportation funds, that is our Measure A gas tax and our SB1 fund at $30.5 million. Lastly are the grant funds at approximately 18.9 million or 16% of the budget. The remaining 20% or 23 million of the CIP budget comprises of different special revenue funds, which also includes Measure T, General Fund, and General Capital Funds. This next slide shows the categories of projects and appropriations where these monies are going to. The largest of which is 82% of it goes towards our streets and highways, bridges, and buildings. That's about a total of a little over $80 million. The rest, later in this presentation, Mr. Ozoff and Mr. Crawford will detail the elements of their presentation that they're asking appropriations to. The rest of the allocations in descending order are namely the other improvements, which includes other capital purchases, big items like our mobile command is in there, improvements to our buildings, traffic signals, and parks. This slide, the detailed items being carried over as exhibited in your Exhibit A, it's approximately 2.85 million. 900,000 of which is already included in our estimated carryover. 1.2 million is in new project requests, and 750,000 is an annual recurring public works maintenance related requests with a total of 2.85 million. Those are going to be funded by 1.2 million in general fund, 900,000 in our special revenue funds, which is approximately in DIF and grant funds, and our gas tax Measure A and DIF funds for our proposed annual recurring requests. This next slide shows the appropriation of our carryover amount. Our carryover amount is actually previously approved council actions that are spent over time because of the current phase that project is in, whether some are actually fully funded and some are partially funded in design and going into construction soon. The new requests total to approximately 11.18 million. That includes your new requests and changes to existing projects. And both requests total to $114.62 million. For transparency purposes, There are 3 projects in Exhibit A or Attachment 1 that does not have any costs. Those are namely the ADA-related costs, the cost of a new traffic signal at Hancock Boulevard and Walsh Center Drive. There's also, we're still awaiting costs for the cost of the library fire alarm system and PA address system, which Mr. Crawford will detail in his presentation. Once those estimates are in, we will be able to give you the full cost, or estimated cost during budget adoption on June 3rd. This next few slides I'm presenting on behalf of the Finance and Police Departments for the new and proposed changes to the existing projects. For the Finance Department, we are proposing a new Enterprise Resource Planning System, or ERP. An ERP system has different components, namely the finance module, which has the accounting, the budgeting, procurement, and billing software, our payroll, and also our human resources modules. The total estimated project cost is between 1.5 to 1.6 per our estimates in February. Our initial ask is the 1.2 million, and once we get the final estimates upon implementation, we will update City Council on that. The next is the Police Department Traffic Bureau improvements. It's actually for your consideration later in the meeting. This is funded by actually savings from prior completed projects. So this is essentially not a new ask, but repurposing the savings. So this houses actually our Traffic Bureau and our K-9 division. So with that, I conclude my portion of the presentation and turn it over to Senior Civil Engineer, Mr. James Ozef.
Okay. Thank you, RN. I appreciate the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here to discuss and walk with you several of our upcoming CIP projects for fiscal year 25-26. We have 3 projects to go over. The first being the Pedestrian Safety Enhancement Project for fiscal year 25-26, and this project will remove and replace deficient curb ramps at various crosswalks with curb ramps that are in compliance with the American Disabilities Act, or commonly known as ADA. The project is funded with CDBG funds and supplemented with gas tax funds. Every year, the city receives around $400,000 in CDBG funds. We typically replace curb ramps in areas where we plan to have a pavement rehabilitation project, as the expenditure of CDBG funds helps save the SB1 funds for the actual rehabilitation of the roadway. The second project is our asphalt overlay pavement resurfacing project. And this project for the 25-26 fiscal year will be the Clinton Keith Road between our westerly city limits, which is close to Spinning Wheel Drive, and will extend to Greer Road. Asphalt overlay is typically applied to existing high volume streets when the asphalt pavement surface deteriorates to the point of needing repair. The thickness of the asphalt overlay is typically 2 inches. Then the city maintains our ongoing pavement resurfacing program using SB1 funds. The project is estimated to begin in the fall of 2026 at an estimated cost of $3.2 million. And last but not least is our slurry seal pavement resurfacing project for fiscal year 26-27. You may be asking, why 26-27? That's because our slurry program is now on an every other year program. We recently completed our biannual slurry program and slurried 25% of the city, which equated to just over 10 million square feet. in fiscal year 25-26, we are building funds for the project and in the preliminary planning and design phase. Once 26-27 Measure A funds are received, then the project will commence and will slurry another 25% of the city, with all streets now being on an 8-year cycle. With that, that concludes all the CFP projects that the engineering division is proposing at this time, and I will turn this over to Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, James. I appreciate it. Happy to be here to explain some of the projects that we're proposing from Community Services. They both have to do with our library. We're going to be doing, or we're proposing to do these projects sort of in conjunction with the expansion that we're doing for the Children's Library. So the first one we have is a fire alarm replacement. So the current fire alarm in the current building is out of date, and all of the endpoints, like say smoke detectors and pulls and sensors and auditory items that alert you to an issue would be replaced along with the panel. The reason it's important to do this fire alarm replacement is we want to have something that's consistent in the new expansion area that would just be added to the new system in the existing area. And we would do something similar with a new public address system. So we felt that it's important for when we're having a new children's library that we have a methodology of making announcements to the entire library, say for lost children, or if we need to evacuate, or there's any type of other issue, or general announcements, or even making announcements when the library is going to be closed. So what we propose is adding a new public address system to the existing library, and that will fall over into the new expansion as well, and so they'll be consistent. And that is all we have, and I'll turn that back over to RN.
Do you have the cost on those two items?
Right now, we don't have the cost. We're going to be assigning a cost a little later. I would assume that it would be around $50,000 or less for the PA system, and about $100,000 to $150,000 for a new fire alarm system. We're still getting quotes on those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. So in summary, the items before you, we're asking for your input. We're here to answer any questions, but we will be bringing this item forward to the Planning Commission next week, next Wednesday, as part of the government code that we abide by to bring in conformity the projects to, as we have done in the past, to comply with the General Plan 2035. And also on June 3rd, in conjunction with the operating budget adoption, we will be bringing forward the full carryover plus the proposed items to be appropriated for $114 million on the June 3rd meeting as a public hearing. With that, like Jennifer mentioned, the department directors and project managers are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so very much. That was excellent, and we appreciate that. We're going to start off with, it's Councilmember Holliday.
I thank you. I know it's shocking that I have a question. You mentioned on the slurry seal that it's an every other year program?
Yes, that's correct.
I thought someone told me it was every year and we slurry seal the entire city every 4 years. Is it not needed every 4 years?
For best practices, our budget would allow it to slurry every 2 years.
Okay, I understand from a budget perspective. What about from a wear perspective?
Well, slurry can typically extend the life of the pavement between 5 to 7 years, best case scenario.
Before it needs to be replaced or before it needs to be slurry sealed again?
Before it would need to be slurry sealed again.
5 to 7. So we're at 8.
We're at 8.
So we're a little behind. So it needs to have an asterisk there that if we had the funds.
If we had the funds, yes. Ideally, we would probably slurry seal every year.
A quarter of the city every year.
Correct, 25% every year.
Okay. And then my other question was on the finance department, back on slide 10. Can someone give me some more detail of what we're changing for I think you said 1.2 million?
Yes, Councilmember Holliday. We're proposing to replace our existing enterprise system for finance. The system we currently have, we've been on for approximately 15 years. We've done several upgrades with it to stay consistent with their technology. However, it doesn't provide all of the functionality that we need it to have. The payroll side is lacking, especially with the FLSA calculations. And so we have a lot of manual calculations on our end. The reporting is also lacking, and resources from the parent company are also lacking.
So we're changing companies entirely?
Yes.
And is there an ongoing cost to this as well?
There will be. We're at the beginning stages of fact-finding. We'll be doing, if approved, an RFP at the beginning of the year to see what vendors are able to provide, and then selecting the most cost-effective solution. This estimate is on the lower side of what an ERP can cost. Some agencies we've talked to have spent upwards of $10 million for implementation and $5 million on an annual basis.
Yeah, I think Eastern just got a system that their initial cost was like $5 million.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10 million? 10 million. No.
Yes.
I wish I had 10 million laying around to spend on accounting software.
Me too.
I would be a happy camper. Sure, absolutely. And a McLaren. No.
Thank you, Councilmember Holliday. Councilmember DeForest.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is, when I look at Public Works and pedestrian safety and pavement resurfacing and the slurry seal, am I assuming that like the Murrieta Hot Springs widening and all that has already previously been approved 100 times and now it doesn't need to be on this one?
That is correct.
Okay, just curious because that needs to get done as soon as possible, right?
That is correct.
All right,
Yes.
like tomorrow, start,
We
right?
plan to take it to the city council meeting on June 17th for your consideration of award of the contract,
Okay.
construction contract.
Yay. Oh my goodness, that's exciting. All right. Thank you again for your presentation. And I think capital improvement is so exciting because we get to do things with the money that the community gets to see. So I know it's hard, like Councilmember Holliday said, well, what are we going to get for accounting software? But I will tell you, being a business owner, not having a good accounting software would be a nightmare to try to add everything in. So yeah, I understand the need for that. So thank you so much. I appreciate you all.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions, for clarification. On the police department bureau improvements, you said that was money not spent on a prior CIP?
Correct. So we, in the prior actions by city council, we have savings from the exterior painting.
Okay.
And also from the locker room project. We are using those savings to fund this project.
Because it was already allocated to the police department. Perfect.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure that everybody understood that. Also on the slurry seal. As sure as Bob is aware of this, we've had a lot of calls regarding the contractor that we have been doing it this year. How do we go out and get the contractors, or do we have a long-standing agreement? How do we get the contractors for that?
We're obligated to follow the public contract code, which we look at the lowest responsive bidder.
Okay.
And they met all the requirements at the time of bid opening.
Okay, but what I'm getting to is that every time that we start a new project, we go out to bid, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I just wanted that to be said out loud. Thank you, I appreciate that. And that's all the questions I had. Thank you very much. I will bring it back to council, is there any other questions anybody has? Any directions? We need to give them direction, please. Do I have consensus to give them directions of what they're asking for, or does anybody want to make changes?
My question would be, since some of the numbers haven't been finalized, if we move forward with consensus today, you're going to come back to us with the RFPs and all that stuff, correct? I see a lot of nodding heads.
So the final numbers will be included in the June 3rd action. So you'll know exactly how much those 4 projects will cost. So the 11.18 that we currently have right now will increase based on those 4 projects. When the projects, if approved by council, the contracts for those projects will be brought to council for approval. So you'll see.
So today you're getting
those
consensus. June 3rd, we're actually approving the CIP, and then we'll see the contracts. So we're going to see this twice more.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So do we have consensus?
Consensus.
Consensus? Okay. Thank you very much. That concludes the workshop for CIP budget. And at this time, we're going to have a recess until 4:45. Thank you very much. Oh, done that. That's fine. Yeah? Good afternoon. I'm going to now call to order the May 6th meeting of the Murrieta City Council. Is now called to order. Roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember DeForest.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Holliday.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem LaBelle.
Here.
Mayor Warren.
Here.
Let the record reflect that all members are present.
Thank you very much. Madam City Clerk, would you please go over the closed session agenda? And if there are any public comments, would you please let us know?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So they're seeing no public comments. The City Council will conduct closed session with the City Manager and Legal Counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.92 because there is significant exposure to litigation in 2 cases. This council will also conduct a closed session with the City Manager and Legal Counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.94 to consider initiation of litigation for 1 case. And lastly, the City Council will conduct a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to enable the City Council to consider negotiations and to give direction to its negotiators regarding a portion that's certain real property known as 24712 Via Silva, Murrieta, California 92562. City's real property negotiators, the City Manager, Assistant City Manager, Director of Economic Development, Director of Public Works, and City Attorney will seek direction from the City Council regarding the price and terms for this property.
Thank you very much. At this time, we are going to recess into closed session, and we will reconvene at 6 p.m. for our regular meeting. Good evening. Oh, we have a full house. Okay. It is my pleasure to call the May 6th regular meeting of the Murrieta City Council to order. Announcement of closed session, Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council met in closed session on 4 matters, 3 items. The first one is CS1, confer with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation in 2 cases pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.92. On these 2 cases, the council was provided information and asked questions, no reportable action. The next item was to confer with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation with respect to whether to initiate litigation in 1 case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. Again, the council was updated and asked questions, no reportable action. The last item was to confer with real property negotiators regarding certain property located at 24712 Via Silva. On this item, the council was updated, no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam City Clerk, would you please call roll?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember DeForest.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Holliday.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem LaBelle.
Here.
Mayor Warren.
Here.
Let the record reflect that all members are present.
Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to ask our City Manager, Justin Clifton, to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you are able to stand, please do so and remain standing for our invocation.
Please place your right hand over your heart and say with me,
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If I may have the invocation by Taryn Sturkey. Sorry, I apologize. My apologies. Come forward from Rock Church. Please come to this podium right here.
Let us pray. Holy Father, we want to give you thanks for you are the one who have made all things, and through all things you have established them. You have made humanity a cherished creation of yours that you have decided to place your love upon. You have also established governments to be vehicles of order and blessing over societies so that human flourishing can be promoted to all of peoples. So we thank you, Lord, for the roles that these city council members have in doing so, that they are carrying out an important role in making sure that human flourishing is promoted within our city. We pray that your spirit guides this meeting, that you give wisdom and discernment on the decisions that they have to make. You say that when we lack wisdom, to ask. So humbly we ask, Lord, for knowing which is the right choices to make, to what should be decided and what should be moved forward with. You say to pray for governments so that we can live peaceably with the land. So that is what we are doing here, Lord. So we pray that in all these things, that there may be prosperity and provision in all the tasks and assignments these council members put their hands to. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Madam City Clerk, we have a presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So on the agenda, we have Kaiser Permanente. They were going to be doing a presentation on mental health, but unfortunately, they are unable to make it. They'll work with my staff on rescheduling.
Thank you.
And so if I may I move on to the second presentation?
Yes, please.
Okay, so this is Law Enforcement Risk Management Award. We have Beth Lyons, the Executive Director of PERMA, here to present the award to Police Chief Henry.
Chief, will you please come forward?
We'll hand this to you right away because it's quite heavy.
That's beautiful.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager, Chief Henry, and community members. I'm Beth Lyons. I'm the Executive Director for the Public Entity Risk Management Authority, otherwise known as PERMA. PERMA is a group of 32 cities and special districts in Southern California. The cities and special districts all pool their monies together to pay for liability and workers' compensation claims, and also to provide risk management and training services. And the city has been a member of PERMA since 1991. It's my honor tonight to present the PERMA Law Enforcement Risk Management Award to the Murrieta Police Department. This recognition is not given lightly. It is reserved for agencies that demonstrate an ongoing commitment to excellence, accountability, and proactive leadership. The Murrieta Police Department has earned this award because of its consistent efforts to evaluate and refine its policies and procedures, ensuring that they remain aligned with best practices and also community expectations. Their willingness to engage in an open dialogue, especially through strong support and participation in the PERMA Police Chief Roundtables, highlights a dedication to collaboration as well as continuous improvement. Most importantly, this department is not only engaged, but is actively invested in building a culture of safety, responsibility, and service, both within the department and throughout your community. So congratulations to the Murrieta Police Department, to the City Council, and to Chief Henry. You all deserve this recognition. We thank you for your leadership, professionalism, and your commitment to excellence. And along with this lovely award, we also have a grant for $2,500 for the police department.
Oh, how nice. Oops. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Chief. At this time, we're going to go to the approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, may I have a motion and a second? I have a motion by Councilmember DeForest and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Lavelle. Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to the city manager's administrative update.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I do have a few regular updates this evening, but before we get to that, it's my pleasure to announce that we have another couple of generous donations to a very important community project. That's our Murrieta Public Library Children's Library expansion. So Mayor, if you would please do us the honor of introducing these donors tonight.
It would be my pleasure. We are proud to recognize a substantial donation tonight to the Children's Expansion Project by Mr. Kurt Korniesel. Mr. Korniesel currently serves as the treasurer of the Murrieta Public Library Foundation and is the largest personal donation to date. I would like to invite Mr. Korniesel to come forward to present the check to the Murrieta Public Library Foundation.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kevin. I'm the president of the Murrieta Public Library Foundation. Kurt asked me to say a few words on his behalf. As a lot of people know, this has been a labor of love for us to try and expand our library here in Murrieta. For those of you, I see a few new faces in the room today, so if you haven't heard about it, we're excited for you here to be for you to be here tonight and to hear more about it. But yeah, I think Kurt just wanted to share that he's really proud of our library here in Murrieta. He's proud of the staff, Katie, who was just here a second ago, and the rest of the team and all that they've done to help support this expansion and the work that they do every day to support our kids. This, for those of you who don't know, this expansion is focused entirely on the children's area of the library. It's actually the smallest part of our library, and we're just super, super excited to see that expand by about triple the space that it is today. It's about 2,700 square feet, and so we're hoping that that will grow by another 4,500 square feet. So I know Kurt's, on his behalf, he's just really, really excited to see this come to fruition. We know that the minute that it opens, it's going to be teeming with life and kids and families enjoying all the resources that our city has to offer. So thank you for Kurt for everything that you've done for the foundation and for everything that you're doing for residents here today and future residents of Murrieta. We really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Have you come back?
There we go. Okay. I'll look this way. 1, 2, 3. Fabulous. Thank you. Thank you so much.
But wait, there's more. Today, the Murrieta Public Library is also honored to receive a generous donation from the Murrieta Rotary Club. The Murrieta Rotary is no strangers to the community, as they have held and participated in countless, I say countless, I mean countless, events throughout the Murrieta community, such as the Field of Honor. Last month, the Rotary committed their support of the Children's Expansion Project at the Murrieta Library. At this time, I would like to invite the Rotary to come forward to present a check to the Murrieta Public Library Foundation. Come on down.
I'm Jim Janaszek. I'm the current president of the Murrieta Rotary Club, and I stand before you as a representative of the 48 members of the Murrieta Rotary Club. In honor of the, I am honored on the behalf of the Murrieta Rotary Club to present a check for $10,000 in support of the Murrieta Library's Children Expansion Project. This gesture is only possible because of the many sponsors of the Murrieta Field of Honor. The Field of Honor is a City of Murrieta signature event that happens during the week of Veterans Day in November. The community partners that sponsor the Field of Honor help us raise money that supports our over 42 projects and counting that we have done since July 1st of this year. Besides the check to the library, I come bringing gifts to thank the City of Murrieta for its partnership with the Murrieta Rotary Club and Old Town Temecula Rotary Club. I would like to present the Sponsor Appreciation Memory Books to City Manager Justin Clifton to say thank you to the city and the city staff for the wonderful relation over the past 17 years that we've held the Field of Honor. I'd like to also present to Mayor Cindy Warren for the entire City Council and their continued support, as well as Councilwoman Lori Stone as a supporter of the Field of Honor. I want to reiterate that we raise this money every year and it goes right back into our community and also helps with the Rotary International's quest to cure polio. It is our community partnerships with the City of Murrieta, the Murrieta Valley Unified School District, the police, the fire, as well as all the businesses and individuals that support the Field of Honor that make Murrieta such a great place to live. Thank you. Yeah.
Squeeze in.
And thanks for showing us up, Kurt. Yeah.
In a good way.
Yeah.
We'll get more out of it later.
Come on.
All right, I move.
1, 2, 3.
It's hard being a supermodel.
Thank you so very much. Oh, so generous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're good.
We are good. Well, isn't that the greatest way in the world to start a meeting? This is awesome. Thank you, everyone, so much. It's just amazing. At this time, City Manager, would you please continue with your updates?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Just a few things I'd like to cover. Firstly, this week, May 4th through 10th, is City Clerk Week. So I wanted to take a moment to recognize our City Clerk team.
Woohoo!
They are the ultimate unsung heroes. They deal with public records requests. They deal with all the logistics of getting our meetings together, making sure we're on point with ordinances and resolutions and all the various procedures that, frankly, if it were a job that I had or many others, wouldn't look so orderly, and it always does. And so I want to say thank you to Crystal and all of her team. They work really hard. They put in long hours, and it's really important to them to be dedicated public servants, and they certainly embody that. So thank you very much. Also, just a quick reminder that we are dark for our second May meeting, as most of us will be at ICSC trying to recruit those next best businesses that we would like to see in town, serving products, services, and other amenities to our residents. And then lastly from me, I wanted to address, we've seen recently increased activity from SCE. They've been doing some wildfire prevention inspections that includes the use of drones. So I think it's been typical that they've used drones and helicopters to monitor some of the transmission lines to make sure that they can identify areas of potential failure, which could be the start of a fire at some time in the future. But I think that program is now expanding into some more of the residential neighborhoods. So if you do see drones or maybe then later receive a letter from SCE talking about things that they intend to do or are asking you to do in terms of cleaning up landscaping, please understand that that effort is about preventing wildfires in our community. In the city, Christina Davies, our PIO, has put out information on social media and the website to try to also help inform residents that if they see something like that, it very well may be SCE and not something else that they might be left to speculate about. So with that concludes my updates, but I would like to invite Christina Davies, our PIO, as always, to wrap us up with some of the fun things going on in Murrieta.
Welcome, Christina.
Thank you. So we do have some fun events coming up for May. So what is going on in Murrieta? Well, we have the Jazz and Blues Festival that's put on by Newman Hospitality Group. Tickets are still available at SoCalJazzFest.com. Then we also have our Memorial Day ceremony happening on May 26th. That's Monday at 8 a.m. at our Veterans Memorial at Town Square Park. And then as we get into June, summer months, nice and warm out there, we'll get into the Father's Day car show, the birthday bash. More information about those events can be found at murrietaca.gov/events. And then I also wanted to inform everyone about Murrieta Magazine. So 3 times a year, we do put out this magazine and we send a copy to all our residents. We are going to be going digital, but we will be still sending out a postcard that will give residents a way to get that magazine. So via QR code, digital, as well as requests can be made for a magazine. And you can email connect@murrietaca.gov. And so we're still putting the magazine together, but I just want to let everyone know that we are going digital with that magazine. As always, stay connected, so you can visit murrietaca.gov/connect. Thank you.
And that concludes my administrative updates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to governing body and commission announcements and reports. Governing body reports is the opportunity for the City Council to provide a brief report on conferences, seminars, and commissions, committees, and board meetings that they attend. Governing body announcements is the opportunity for City Council to provide miscellaneous reports and announcements. Reports shall not exceed 5 minutes, and the city clerk will use their computerized timer. First up will be Councilmember DeForest.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, everyone. On April 17th, I was honored to meet with our Congressman Isa. Our Assistant City Manager, Kristen Crane, also was at that meeting, as well as our Mayor, Cindy Warren. We spoke about issues of the city. We talked about the good and some of the things that we needed some help with. As always, Congressman Isa has been there for the city of Murrieta, and it was a wonderful meeting, and we got a lot done, so that was fantastic. Also, you could see there's some other events on the second page I attended. I just wanted to give a shout out to the staff for filling out 12,000 Easter eggs and to have the most amazing event that I have been to. And every year it gets better and better, and the kids were absolutely darling. It was the extravaganza held at Town Square Park. Quite a lot of fun, and it's really truly shows how connected we are to community. So I also attended the Murrieta Police Officers Awards. That was a wonderful event as well. And then on April 27th, along with a couple of my colleagues, we attended the Holocaust Memorial groundbreaking at Town Square Park. I got to see Councilmember Holliday was there as well. And our wonderful mayor got to hold the shovel and actually break ground on that. So we were all freezing a little bit, but it was well worth it. Also, it was amazing to see the community support from our region, which we even had the mayor from Menifee was there, as well as council members from Wildemar and surrounding areas. So it was a great event, and I look forward to that memorial being finished. So, and as always, if you need to reach me, you can reach me at my city email, or you can get directly to me via my cell phone. If you want to have a faster response, send me a text, and my cell phone number is there. Thank you all. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and that is all for tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember DeForest. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening, everyone. As the alternate, I attended the SCAG conference this past weekend, where the message was more high-density, affordable housing. That's what they were pushing, in addition to energy efficiency. And what does that mean, energy efficiency? As you know, with the state laws, it'll cost the state residents approximately $1 billion in order to convert their gas appliances to electric. So it was a fascinating conference, to say the least. I also attended WRCOG, where we voted to opt in to the VMT program. And for staff, that is probably going to be facilitated like temp. So we will, I know our city manager will be doing his due diligence to find out what does that look like for the city of Murrieta coming forward. In addition, I was a speaker at the 12th Annual Holocaust Remembrance March, along with our mayor, who spoke as well. It was emotional. It was touching, moving. Our keynote speaker, who was a Holocaust survivor, who was in Auschwitz at the age of 10, lost over 30 members of her family. And I brought forward a resolution to combat anti-Semitism in, I think, our May 5th meeting. And it was presented in a beautiful framed, signed by our mayor. And there were other elected officials from unified school districts and also other cities that took the action that I did, and they're going to be implementing this anti-Semitism proclamation with regards to their respective cities and also unified school district. So we are very united about combating anti-Semitism, which is the longest hatred of any culture known to date, the longest hatred in history to date. So it was a beautiful event. I also attended the LEAC Awards. I want to congratulate Sergeant Travis Baker and Officer Jeff Martin for their outstanding achievements recognized for a Shop with a Cop program that helps the underserved in our community. So congratulations to both of them. In addition, I also attended the Murrieta PD Awards event here in our chambers, and it's just so wonderful to see the collaboration and the outstanding achievements of our police department. So congratulations to all of them. You can go to the website to review all of my meetings, and you can contact me at lstone@murrietaca.gov. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Stone. Councilmember Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I attended yesterday, actually, Regional Conservation Authority, and there's no reportable action from that meeting. As far as my governing body reports, I've got a whole list on the website if you want to take a look at them. A couple I wanted to highlight. I also attended the LEAC Awards, and I also wanted to mention that our former police chief, Tony Conrad, received a Lifetime Achievement Award. I expected you to say that one too. We can take all my thunder. He was vacationing on a boat since he's retired. I sent him a text, congratulations. He sent pictures of his feet up on the boat. I'm like, I'm envious. Several of us attended the Every 15 Minutes over at Vista Murrieta High School. I also was at the Holocaust Walk of Remembrance, March of Remembrance, whatever they're calling it. Probably the best one I've been to. Our mayor and Councilmember Stone did phenomenal. Very proud of them. The extravaganza was great. And I don't know how many of my colleagues joined me. I didn't see any of them there. I went to the Murrieta Library fundraiser at Mulligan's, and my wife and I played a round of miniature golf to support our library. One little tiny part. What was that?
I'm
Go
not
ahead,
repeating
say it publicly.
I was wondering if they had senior discounts there.
They do, and I did.
Of course he did.
So if you want to see everything else that I've done, it's online. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Holliday. Mayor Pro Tem LaBelle.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just note that I'm the only one without pictures, but I'm usually the one holding the camera for Lori's phone, taking the pictures. So although I don't send them in here, I do get the credit for taking the actual photos at the events we go to. I filled in for Councilwoman Lisa DeForest for the Southwest Communities Financing Authority, the quarterly meeting for that group of individuals that kind of oversees the mechanism for the animal shelter and the Animal Friends of the Valley, nothing to report out. Natasha Johnson's still the chair, and they elected a new vice chair, so you're off the hook for that one, because I held that seat until you took the position. So, yeah, I took care of you. I was also at the LEAC Awards Dinner, very, very nice event. They had it inside the Riverside Convention Center this year, opposed to the
Church.
Air Force Museum, which was pretty much outside, so it was nice to have air conditioning this year. And then also, all 5 of us were at the Murrieta Police Officers Award and promotion ceremony. That was nice to be there, and certainly when all 5 of us get to be at stuff like that, I hope it's very clear that we're very strong behind our police force here and our public safety, so really proud moment to be there. And also, the Every 15 Minutes, Mr. Holliday touched on it. I think that's one of the coolest programs in the city. If I believe it rotates through a different school every year, and it gets better and better. And I think, the more kids get to see that kind of stuff, obviously the safer our roads and the safer our children will be on the roads. So really, really fun to see that for the first time in person. So that's all I got.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. We'll move on to me. I'm last. I did attend the meeting with Congressman Issa, and I will tell you that he is very, very encouraging to let us know that he is behind Murrieta, and he likes everything that we were doing in Murrieta. And to hear that from a congressman was very enlightening for both of us. And he does back what we need. He understands what we need. So we're all hoping that we get what we ask for. So we'll see. I attended also the Southwest Riverside County T-Now meeting and the RTA Executive Board meeting and the commission meeting. I wanted to highlight one item. The Youth Ride Free was supposed to end on June 30th of this year. It is now being extended until December 31st, 2026. So that's a huge option for all of our students to ride the free buses, and you can go on their website and find out how to do that. But I'm telling you, it's a big plus for our students. So, and the rest of what was recapped at those meetings is on the website. I also attended the Budget and Implementation Committee for the RCTC, and what we discussed will be brought forward to our next meeting, which will be next Wednesday. So there's really no reportable action there. Along with that, my governing body announcements. I had the honor and privilege of going to Trudy Boyd's 100th birthday. And she is quite a lady. She lives in our community, and I surprised her with her certificate. And her eyes just beamed to think that our community cared about her. And I let her know that we really, truly do care about our residents. And I just was so happy to be there with her. That was quite a highlight for me as well. As you can see, we all took our picture with the bunny, which was lots of fun. Several of us attended the Deputy Darnell Calhoun highway dedication ceremony. The new sign is going up on the 15 freeway in Lake Elsinore area. I believe it's from Maine or Central up to Maine, somewhere along there. And his family spoke, and it's just really nice that this young man who dedicated his life to serving our community is never going to be forgotten. And every time someone drives on that freeway, they're going to see his name. And I hope they say a prayer every time they go past that sign, because he was quite a wonderful young man. Again, the police awards was awesome. I also got to welcome all the new citizens that are attending the Murrieta Fire and Rescue Citizens Academy on their first day. That was a lot of fun. And every 15 minutes is a program that makes you stop and remember. And it's not what you see, it's what you hear could happen. So the demonstrations were amazing on day one. But when you attend a mock memorial service for a person who supposedly died in a DUI, and then you have an attorney come out and tell you what the consequences are for drinking and driving, and then you listen to a story from a local mom who lost her daughter to a driver under the influence, it really hit home. And I'll be honest with you, I did not see a dry eye in the place. So palms are going on, and as of right now, I have not heard of any loss of life from our community with our young students, because I think this hits home. And they do sophomore, juniors, and seniors, so that way every year when it comes, every 3 years when it comes back to their schools, then their freshmen will be the seniors. It's an excellent program, and it's something that I think needs to never be stopped. So thank you, Chief, to your department for continuing this tradition. The rest of my announcements can be found on the website, and I thank you for your time. We are now going to move right into public comments. Any person may address the governing bodies on any subject pertaining to city business. Normally, no action may be considered or taken by the governing bodies on any matter not listed on the agenda. Each speaker will be given a limit of 3 minutes. I would like to add that we started today with a workshop at 2:30. We have a lengthy agenda. Any requests made to the city clerk for more than 3 minutes, unfortunately, I'm unable to accommodate this evening. I truly do appreciate your understanding. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Robert Ingersoll.
Good evening, sir.
Hi. Mayor Warden, members of the City Council. Subject is to short-term vacation rentals. My wife and I have lived in Murrieta for 19 years. For the first 17 years, all we had is renters living next to us. In 2023, we were fortunate to see the house go up for sale, and somebody bought it. They moved in, we introduced ourselves. Finally, we were going to have somebody to live there. They said they were going to move in with their parents. That never happened. Weeks later, we got this in the mail, short-term vacation rental, hosted. They never lived there. For over a year, they rented out all 4 bedrooms, and I asked them where they lived. They lived in French Valley in another house. They were renting rooms out also. The yard was a mess. I finally told him, I said, you know, here's some gardeners that you can get to fix your place up, and he did, and that helped. But anywhere from 3 to 6 cars a day were parked on our street because there's a cul-de-sac across from our house and nobody else can park except on the street. They very seldom use the driveway. And according to this notice, the cars have to be parked in the driveway. I finally got upset when I came out one day and they put my trash cans behind my truck so I couldn't get out because one of the renters parked it there. I came to the city and started talking with Nolan and called a few times, and now they're actually living there. As soon as he moved in there, he canceled his gardener. The grass is a foot high. And I told him, everything's dying. Can I check your sprinkler systems? He said, no, I only water 3 of the 6 because I'm saving water. So things are dying. I'm back to that situation. They're still violating this contract because the cars all park on the street. I know the city council passed this and didn't know the ramifications of what could happen with this. And I'm asking maybe the city council to revisit this policy. Other cities do not have this. And we call it in our neighborhood, and all my neighbors agree, it's a mini hotel. It's not a short-term vacation rental. And on the top of this thing, it says, City of Murrieta, good neighbor rental. Well, it's not a good rental when you have 3 to 6 cars parked in front of your house, up to 10 people there, and the people, all they care about is the money they can make. So if the city maybe revisit this one day and look at the possible idea of maybe eliminating this, or this person should have theirs revoked because they're still violating this contract. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Paisley Spasoki.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Paisley Spisowski, and I'm here to talk about why we need an indoor soccer stadium. We need to make it a priority to make an indoor soccer field. I'm aware that Murrieta Soccer Academy has been working on an indoor soccer field, but I'm also aware that it got delayed. I'm here to say why we need to make it a priority. I know that you might be thinking you don't play soccer, or your kids don't play soccer, or even your family doesn't play sports, but I'm here to tell you why it is important to every athlete that we have an indoor soccer field. I have played in rain, cold, and the hottest time of the year. This should be important to our city because we have a lot of young families and athletes. Playing in the cold can be very dangerous because we get hurt in that weather because our muscles tend to tighten and don't extend. The rain is also not safe to play in because we slide, trip, and fall over the slippery ball. The heat is also not safe to play in because we could overheat and we can't play to the best of our ability. The United States has about 30 million children and teens playing in some type of organized sports, with more than 3.5 million injuries each year, which is more than 10%. Almost 1/3 of all injuries of childhood are sports related. An indoor soccer stadium or training facility would benefit all athletes to play to their best of ability. Allow us to play on good fields and don't worry about injuries from broken fields. The best way we could prevent this is to make an indoor soccer stadium with turf and air conditioning and insulated walls so heat or cold does not come in or out. We could add solar panels big enough to help businesses around so it is easy to maintain. We could also do a community events in the stadium when we're not using it for sports. I know you are thinking we cannot make any money from this, but we most definitely can. Our community and athletes can benefit for years to come. Instead of spending our tax money on wasteful things like repaving roads that don't need to be paved or apartments that we simply do not need, spend it on stuff that many people will use and love to use for our athletes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dylan Espinosa.
Madam Mayor, City Council, I stand here before you today to talk about my concerns. We need to fix the water leak under the houses of Aaron Court. John Perry, a resident of Murrieta, has a water leak directly under his house. John said he has many people come out and had done nothing about it. You offered for him to speak to Mr. Maley, but he didn't do anything either. John Perry said, "My concern is my house falling into a sinkhole and killing my family on January 21st, 2025. Another resident, Pam Race, is facing a significant issue with water accumulation in her backyard. During periods of rainfalls, the water level rises dramatically, reaching up to 2 feet. This is a substantial amount of water. It presents a clear danger, posing a lethal threat to its residents and creating a hazardous environment. The water buildup isn't the only problem. Another problem is that the water serves as a breeding ground for mosquitoes, leading to an increase of mosquito-borne illnesses. Even more, the constant water buildup has resulted in growth of mold in Pam Race's backyard and John Perry's backyard. Whether the mold is poisonous or not is unknown. Its presence is still concerning and requires immediate action. It is important to note that John Perry has reportedly been dealing with this problem since June of 2024. Yet neither residents have received the necessary assistance. To my knowledge, there has been no safety inspector or professional. I asked the council to send someone out there to evaluate the situation before it gets worse. Despite numerous pleas, people now believe that Murrieta has distanced itself from the problem. MurrietaCA.gov says the developed service mission statement is to envision, create, and maintain a thriving community. But a thriving community isn't placing homes and residents at the possibility of falling into a sinkhole. Shouldn't we try to uphold this statement? People may now look down on Murrieta because they haven't helped the residents. Even though I do not know these people personally, I feel like it's too big of a problem to not talk about. Despite whatever reason you have that has caused you to ignore this, it is the city's job to fix it. If we can't keep the homes of residents falling into sinkholes, what can we do? Thank you.
Thank you. Assistant City Clerk, could you please talk with him out in the lobby for me, please? Thank you.
Natanya Sousa.
Hello, my name is Natanya Sousa, and I'm going to be speaking about why I think we need another fire station here in Murrieta, California. There are many reasons why I think we need a sixth station. One reason is there are too many apartments being built. Last year, there was a population increase by about 25%. One more station would match that 25%. Also, there are a lot more buildings going up in the city, including Murrieta Town Square. We will have more hands to help when there are more firefighters. Then there would be a better chance for firefighters to get to emergencies faster with more stations and trucks. A family friend of mine who is a Murrieta firefighter said that he thinks there should be another fire station only if we need it. That means that we need it, we would build it. He said that when there's a call, they have to respond and get there in 5 minutes or less. There will be more available jobs for firefighters when we have another station. There will be more help when needed, and we could easily build at least one more. Patch.com says that Murrieta Fire Academy is accepting applications. That shows that the Murrieta City wants more firefighters working. 60 years ago, as shown on Murrieta.com, we had our first fire station built. Now, after that, we have 45 to 48 brave firefighters working to save lives. Not all the time they are working and going on calls, but they are busy. We could help and get another fire station built. I think we should have a sixth fire station here in Murrieta. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Faye Wands.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I come here in case the audience and you did not know that the State Assemblyman Corey Jackson from Moreno Valley has authored a bill number 1B8181 to allow community college students to park overnight in the parking lots. They're doing this to help stop the homeless. Is the state going to supply tents like Los Angeles did? This made me wonder where the students were going to go to use the facilities. Who is going to patrol to make sure that they are safe? Are the Murrieta Police going to do this? To provide officers to patrol. Who is going to pay for this? What is going to stop gangs from harassing them? Our officers can't be there all night. And what about the businesses that are around them? People will not go to them if the students are taking up tables and using the facilities to bathe and brush their teeth. We have 2 community colleges in Murrieta, one in the Sam's parking lot over by Harbor Freight, and the other one is between Rady's Children's Hospital and Stater Brothers on Hancock. We need to contact our state senator, Kelly Sayardo, at kellysayardo.com, contact me. I have 2 phone numbers. His district office is 894-2220, and his Sacramento office is 916-651-4032. And I want to repeat those numbers. The bill number is AB 1818. His district office is 951-894-2220. I think this is a major safety thing for Murrieta.
Thank you.
Connie McConnell.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor and council. It's been a while since I've been here. And tonight I'm going to try some really high-tech stuff. I'm supposed to show some pictures with my phone. And I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to get this done, but we're going to work on it. But first I want to say that we didn't have a check for $10,000 or $25,000 for the library. However, we are giving them a free booth to have at the market every time so that they can have people spin the wheel for $1 a time. So that should really help. So did you know that we have dragons in Murrieta running around? She's supposed to be able to get that. Can she zoom in on it better? That's a dragon. It's in Murrieta. It's wandering around. So I wanted to report that to the city council. Go back. There you go. Good deal. This dragon was produced by the kids from the art walk. We had such a successful, great time last we're having trouble with this. It was so successful last week when we had our market and we had the school district there. They had 200 entrants, or 200 kids with over 200 entrants in their art contest. And they had the art walk at the alleyway. So I wish you could see these pictures because they're really great. This is a picture of out in front of the alleyway where they had the sign up. This is a whole group of the school district people who put this on, and they were wonderful. They did such a great job. This is just a picture of another dragon running around, actually the same dragon running around. But I thought it was so interesting. And this will show you how many people were there. I mean, the corner was, I couldn't get my golf cart through anything. I had to walk more, which is hard on my feet. So anyway, but we had such a great turnout. This is how the photos and things were displayed, and they had digital, they had watercolors, they had drawings, photographs. This is another one of the art busts, I guess you would call. There's just people walking along the street. I wanted to have this in better shape, but anyway, we're doing it with my phone tonight. And this is how the pictures were displayed at the alleyway. By the way, they loved coming to the alleyway for the venue. Here's a picture of Puddin, who is famous Puddin here in one of our people here in town. He sold out in less than 2 hours, closed up and went home. There's just another picture of how many people we had coming to the corner. More art, and now it's gone. Am I done? Is that the time? Okay. Anyway, if you folks want to see these pictures, I'm sorry, next time we'll get them to you ahead of time.
Thank you.
I just want to confirm, Casey, are you going to be speaking or not tonight?
No, Connie took care.
Okay, thank you.
You can get up and show the rest of the pictures.
Alan Rich.
There they go.
Hello, sir.
Good evening. I have a problem with the grocery stores and their apps. You have to have an app for this, app for that. You can't go grocery shopping without an app. You can't use, they don't have coupons anymore. They use them on the apps. There's a ton of people that live in Murrieta that don't have $2,000 cell phones. Then they don't get the coupons. The city of San Diego, 2 weeks ago, they passed the city ordinance. The city council passed an ordinance that everybody that goes grocery shopping gets the coupons, whether they have the app or not. And I would love to see our city council do the same thing for our city. I went to a grocery store, Ralph's, and I got the app, but my phone says I have to update it. So I hit the update. And I can't update it because I don't have 16.0 iOS, whatever that means. So I can't use the app. You know, it's just, I think it's my wife calls it elder abuse. And, you know, I kind of agree with her. And there's a ton of people like in Amanda Park, the Colony, older people, a lot of them don't have cell phones, and the ones that do don't know how to download apps. So I would love to see our city council pass that for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That concludes public comments, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to move on to our consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are considered routine and may be enacted by one motion and vote. There will be no discussion of these items unless specific items are removed for the consent calendar for separate motions. Are there any requests from City Council to pull an item for discussion or abstain from voting? Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With regard to item number 9, I am recusing myself from CSD Zone A and G as I own property within the zone. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On item number 8, I'm recusing myself from LLD 16 only as I own property within 500 feet of the district. And also on item number 9, I'm recusing myself from CSD Zone G as I own property within that zone. I'm also recusing myself from CSD Zone F and M as I own property within 500 feet of those zones.
Thank you, Councilmember Holliday. Mayor Pro Tem LaBelle.
Thank you. About to say the same thing Mr. Holliday did. I would like to recuse myself from LLD 15 as I own property within 1,000 feet of that district. And also item number 9 from CSD Zone G and CSD Zone L and F as I own property within 500 feet of both.
Thank you,
all
Mayor.
three.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember DeForest.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion to approve, but I would also like to recuse myself from CSD Zone G as I own property within the zone, and that's item number 9. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I am recusing myself from CSD Zone N as I own property within the zone.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, if I may?
Yes,
After all
please.
those wonderful recusals.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I also would like to note for the record, since we have multiple council members who have recused themselves from Zone G, I did have the council, with the assistance of the city attorney, draw straws. And so with that, I'll note for the record that council members DeForest and Holliday are recused from Zone G only. Very good, Councilmember DeForest and Councilmember Holliday.
Those were the short straws.
Okay, that being said, do I have a motion and a second for the consent calendars with the recusals noted? I have a first by Councilmember DeForest and a second by Councilmember Holliday. Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously 5-0 with all the recusals noted.
Thank you very much. We're going to now move on to public hearings. We're going to item number 16. Public hearing is compliance with Assembly Bill 2561, status of vacancies. Well, with staff, may we please have a report?
And as staff gets ready, Madam Mayor, I'd just like to note for the record there were no public comments on the consent calendar.
Oh, thank you. I forgot to ask that.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Mike McGee. I'm the HR manager for the city, and joining me at the dais is Michelle Tamaz, and she's a senior HR analyst. Today, we're here to talk to you and give a staff report on what will be an annual event. We are required by Assembly Bill 2561 to come to you annually to give you an update on the status of vacancies in the city, and that's what we're going to do today. Moving to the introduction, do we have the? The Assembly bill was passed in the legislative session in 2024 and became effective January 1st of 2025. It identifies public sector vacancies as an issue of statewide concern. It adds Government Code Section 3502.3 to the Myers-Milius-Brown Act, or MMBA, and the Public Employee Relations Board will administer and enforce agency legal obligations. The legislative intent behind the bill identifies that job vacancies in local government are a widespread and significant problem for the public sector. High job vacancies impact public service delivery and the workers who are forced to handle heavier workloads, with understaffing leading to burnout and increased turnover, which exacerbates staffing challenges. There is a statewide interest in ensuring that public agency operations are appropriately staffed and high vacancy rates do not undermine public employee labor relations. The legal requirements for the bill, it requires an annual hearing before the legislative body prior to the adoption of the budget, and to report on the status of vacancies, recruitment and retention efforts, and obstacles or challenges in the hiring process. There are two hearing types called out in the legislation. One is regular and annually prior to the adoption of the budget, which is what we're doing tonight, or a special meeting can be called if requested by our labor organization, and vacancies are at 20% or greater for the whole bargaining unit. This bill is applicable to all 6 of our bargaining groups: the General Employees Association, Supervisors Association, the Murrieta Police Officers Association, the Murrieta Police Management Association, Murrieta Fire Association, and Murrieta Fire Management Association. It is also applicable to unrepresented management, professional, and confidential group, but is not applicable to part-time employees. Now we'll take a quick look at the city's workforce and recruitment and retention data. We currently have 409 full-time employees, 57 part-time employees, and 2 temp agency employees. Recruitment and retention data for 2024, we conducted 49 recruitment processes, drawing 4,970 applicants. We hired 58 employees, but that's offset by 35 separations that included retirements, resignations, and terminations. Now we'll look at the status of vacancies. The city currently has 468 authorized positions covering 142 job classifications. 427 of those positions are full-time. The city's vacancy rate is 8% across all authorized positions. City departments with the highest number of vacancies at the time we prepared this is Community Services, the Recreation Division, City Clerk's Office, Finance, City Manager's Office, and Building and Safety. These can change frequently depending on what we're recruiting and when we fill them. The city is currently recruiting for the following positions: Maintenance Manager, Principal Civil Engineer, Fire Inspector, which is grant funded, Recreational Coordinator, it's part-time, Building Official, Police Detective, and Deputy City Clerk. The status of the vacancies, after we reviewed this data, we did not identify any specific classifications with consistent or problematic vacancies. Most vacancies, again, were due to retirements, promotion, interdepartmental appointments, or other personal reasons such as family relocation or cost of living. As a result, staff are not recommending any changes to policies, procedures, or recruitment activities this year. We will now look at what we've done for our recruitment efforts. A typical recruitment includes an online recruitment. Examples of that are the city's website, the government jobs website, or LinkedIn. We have about another dozen or so that we will use depending on what the position is. We will also do industry-specific platforms unique to the positions. As an example of that, for a building official, our announcement, we put in the International Code Council and California building official websites. We also conduct job fairs. Examples of those would be Wildomar Murrieta Chamber of Commerce and with the local colleges, MSJC, Cal State San Marcos, and CBU as examples. Next, we'll look at the city's recruitment retention efforts and what we've been doing over the last couple of years to retain folks. We've negotiated contracts with bargaining units that considered market competitiveness in wages and benefits. We provided market equity adjustments to salaries for public safety classifications, including dispatchers and police and fire personnel, and adding new specialty pays. We established longevity pay. We increased tuition reimbursement benefits, both on an annual and lifetime cap basis, but both of those are capped. We implemented alternative work schedules and a telecommuting policy. Continuing on with our efforts, we've invested in new office furniture and renovation of certain facilities. We have made enhancements to equipment and technology that allows employees to perform their jobs in modern, safe, and efficient ways. And we have ongoing discussions with management to identify opportunities for employee development and engagement. What we've done internally in the HR department is we've moved from what I call end of line to most needed impact recruitments. When I first got here 4 years ago, we looked at whoever was next up on the recruitment was you got in line. There was no looking at the urgency of that. So we stopped that. We started to feel a need to prioritize the recruitments based on operational needs and impacts on remaining workforce. We've focused on internal recruitments where it's appropriate. We also conduct a bi-weekly meeting of our staff to review all recruitment process to ensure that we're processing according to our plan and that we have sufficient opportunities or candidates. HR works with the hiring department and labor organization, if applicable, to address any unique issues related to the recruitment, which could be change in minimum qualifications, whether we're doing it in internal recruitment or an external recruitment, the length of the posting, and any industry platforms we may need to post these on. Now we'll look at some challenges that we may face in recruiting. And your city HR team keeps the pulse on potential challenges, which may include limited financial resources, industry-specific staffing shortages, and comparability with other agencies. When faced with such challenges, we work with departments to address their specific needs to accomplish their department goals. An example of this collaboration is with our efforts to recruit and retain public safety dispatchers. Now we'll take a little closer look at that. Facing critical staffing levels for public safety dispatchers approximately 2 years ago, while meeting to work the growing demands of dispatch services with Menifee and the implementation of emergency medical dispatch protocols, we work with the department on the following. We prioritize these recruitments due to the potential impact on public safety response. We implemented specific and targeted recruitments at test centers and job fairs. We modified the job recruitments, allowing CAL FIRE dispatchers to be hired as laterals. 5 have been hired so far. We lowered shift staffing levels to provide relief on forced overtime, which helped the remaining employees there. And council approved market equity adjustments to compensation and specialty pay for post-certification. This resulted in a return to full staffing, and we currently have 2 vacancies and 2 candidates in the background process to fill those vacancies. So I just give you that as an example of how we tried to do low-cost, unique approaches to our recruitment process and be more flexible and nimble when the need arises. And with that, that's the end of our presentation. We'll take any questions if you have it.
Thank you very much for your report. I'll bring it back to council members. Mayor Pro Tem Lavelle.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand, that the city's been very proactive in posting the vacancies. This is why voting matters for the assembly. The state is on fire. The state has all kinds of financial issues, and yet this is what they're choosing to spend time on. Mm-hmm. It's very not surprising, but I appreciate the update. I know the city does an amazing job with their outreach for those vacancies. But this is unfortunate. Yet another great example of why voting matters, and they are wasting a lot of time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not to mention, it is an unfunded mandate because now we have to spend time and money putting reports together. If you could go back to the positions slide, please.
Yes.
Current positions?
No, the number. There it is. I know we have several positions that are frozen currently. Do these numbers reflect the frozen positions?
They do, and they reflect positions that are on our budgetary list that have not been filled for other purposes.
So we have 469 authorized. Does that mean we have frozen positions above those?
No, that's inclusive.
That includes those. So really, the 8% is a lower number then?
That is correct.
Okay.
I believe it reflects about 12 frozen positions.
And the other point that the question I have kind of to make a point, how much of these things came about because of this legislation and how much of this were we already doing?
Almost all of it we were already doing.
We were already doing.
So it was convenient, but now we have to, this is part of the process.
It's part of the law that we have to have this report, but the law did not change what you guys are doing.
That is correct.
That's what I figured. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holliday. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the staff and the residents and our public safety know that that is the #1 priority for this community as we own our police and fire. And it's unconscionable to me that the state is continually dictating to us how we're going to operate our city. Local control is being taken away from us every single day. And this is another prime example. And you're right, Councilmember Holliday, more unfunded mandates. And you're right, Councilmember Lavelle. We have to take back this state in 2026, period. So I hope everybody votes accordingly. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Councilmember Holliday.
Thank you. Sorry, I wanted to clarify. Javier, you said the 469 does not include the frozen positions? Correct. Okay. I just wanted to clarify. So 469 doesn't include the frozen position, so our vacancy is actually 8%.
That's correct. So 469 does not include frozen positions.
Frozen positions. Okay, so our vacancy factor is an actual 8%. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you for the correction.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing. Madam City Clerk, are there any public testimony?
Seeing none.
Thank you. Council, any more deliberation? Seeing none, I'd like to close the public hearing and call for a motion and a second. I have a motion by Councilmember Holliday and a second by Councilmember DeForest. Please vote. Thank you.
Motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Stone dissenting.
Thank you very much for your report. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to move on to item number 17. Am I right? There we go. I flipped the page over. Okay, formation of Community Facilities District number 2025-1, Safety Services of the City of Murrieta. Now is the time for the public hearing relating to the formation of Community Facilities District number 2025-1, Safety Services of the City of Murrieta. Staff, welcome. May we please have your report?
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and members of the public. Tonight, we will be presenting a report and a brief presentation to you in regards to the formation of several community facilities districts. That is district in this first district is 2025-1, which is for public safety services. And before I begin, I would like to introduce our team tonight. To my right is Shane Spicer, the city's CFD formation consultant from Spicer Consulting, and also we have Brian Forbath, who is our city's bond counsel from Stratling. Additionally, we have thank you, Derek Hicks, Vice President of Land Development at Argent Management Group, representing Discovery Village. He's in the audience tonight. There we go. So tonight's agenda includes the following topics. We'll look at the Discovery Village Development Project, providing a brief overview of the project itself. We'll also take a look at the Public Safety Services, CFD, provide you with information in regards to the special assessments and bond sizing, as well as look at the prior and future actions for the formation, and lastly, staff recommendation for this item. With that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Shane.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Shane Spicer, Spicer Consulting. So we are, as Javier mentioned, going to go over 3 different CFDs for a variety of items. They're all going to be including the project, the same project as shown here. This project, as mentioned, is Discovery Village. It's a proposed residential development at the southwest corner of Whitewood and Baxter Road, just east of the I-215. The total site covers 54 gross acres and 22.97 acres for our plan for development. The project will include a total of 363 residential units made up of 105 court homes, 153 townhomes, and 105 triplex units. This residential mix is designed to provide housing diversity and will contribute to Murrieta's long-term growth strategy. So the first CFD is for safety services, CFD 2025-1. It is being formed in accordance to the Mellers Ruse Act, and as you may recall, in February the 4th, we did bring these items forward to the council for approval for setting the public hearing. The public safety CFD is intended to provide vital revenues, sustainable funding source for public safety services that will include police, fire, and paramedic services. As you all know and appreciate, these services are critical to maintaining the excellent safety services and quality of life to the city. The proposed maximum special tax for the CFD is $580 per unit for single-family residential units, $468 per unit for multifamily, and $250 per unit for affordable housing. These rates are based on property type and designed for equitable distribution of service costs. And at build-out for this project specifically, it will generate $210,540 annually for public safety services. So, as described before, this is a snapshot of this specific project in question. This is for track 38228, Discovery Village, for the 365 units. They will be classified as single-family residential properties, and the maximum tax for this project specifically is $580 per unit. There is an annual escalator of 4% increase per year for both the single-family and multifamily, and for affordable housing properties, we leveled that tax amount. In addition, this is a citywide annexable district, which means for future residential developments throughout Murrieta, projects will be annexed into the CFD. This will allow the city to expend funding coverage as new neighborhoods are built, ensuring all growth areas are supported public safety without burdening existing developments or existing communities. Essentially, new development mitigating their impacts on services. And I'll turn it back to Javier.
Thank you, Shane. So to recap, the property owner of Discovery Village submitted a petition for the formation of these CFDs. The resolution of intention to form the CFD was approved at the City Council meeting on February 4th. A public hearing was scheduled for the April 1st meeting, but staff recommended continuing the hearing to today, May 6th. Tonight, we will conduct a public hearing, hold an election, certify the election results, and introduce the first reading of the ordinance. If the ordinance is approved, the items are approved in general, the second reading will take place at the June 3rd City Council meeting. So here's staff recommendation for the report you have tonight. It's to hold a public hearing regarding the formation of CFD 2025-1 for public safety services. Adopt resolution number 25-4820, entitled Resolution of the City Council of the City of Murrieta, California, establishing a Community Facility District 2025-1 for public safety services of the City of Murrieta and authorizing the levy of a special tax therein, calling an election and approving and authorizing certain actions related thereto. Direct the city clerk to hold an election within CFD 2025-1. Also adopt Resolution 25-4821 entitled Resolution of the City Council of the City of Murrieta, California, acting its capacity as the legislative body of the Community Facility District 25-1 for public safety services of the City of Murrieta, certifying election results. And lastly, conduct a first reading and introduce ordinance number 614-25 entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Murrieta, California, acting its capacity as the legislative body of the Community Facility District 2025-1 for public safety services of the City of Murrieta, authorizing the levy of special taxes. And with that concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to open the public hearing, but we're first going to take council members' questions. Councilmember Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Why is the affordable housing at a 0% escalator?
So that was a discussion that we had when we were going over the analysis. In order to allow for affordable housing to participate, they are on a fixed revenue stream, and every dollar affects the ability for that project to move forward. A lot of other municipalities that have this type of program do give a discount to allow for that development to take place as a means to allow it to occur. Absent of that, then these projects wouldn't necessarily pencil or would not necessarily come to fruition.
Because the fee is, if you go back to that slide, the fee's, what, half of the others, little, just shy of half?
Correct, and as I mentioned, in other cities, they're steeply discounted in order to get something better than nothing as a means to help support safety services.
I don't mind the steep discount, but as our fire chief can attest to, we have a $45 rooftop tax that was put into effect probably before cityhood, I think, and hasn't changed ever since and doesn't provide hardly anything now. I just think a 0% escalator is a recipe for disaster down the road. I'd rather see the fee, the initial fee more discounted to allow for the escalator. My 2 cents.
So, Brian Forbath from Stradling, Bond Counsel. So the issue is we called a public hearing tonight on the proposed taxes as they were preliminary approved by the City Council at the resolution of intention. If there's an increase from the time that we have the resolution of intention to the resolution of formation, we will need to go back, amend the resolution of intention, and then call a new public hearing, which will be another 30 days from now to correct that. So I just want to make sure the council's aware of if you want to move forward to change the taxes to increase them tonight, we'll have to take a step back and bring it back at a later date.
If you do the math properly, it wouldn't be an increase. Lower the fee and put in the escalator is not an increase.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it's more of the materialness of the change in the rate method as opposed to the direct dollar. So we'd be materially modifying that rate and the escalator, to your point.
And what does that? Yep.
What does that do to the time frame?
30 days. 30 days.
So certainly we'll have to take one step backward, coming back with the intention of resolution again, with the change, almost like a change proceedings, I think. It certainly impacts future projects we have in the pipeline too that are ready to be annexed to each of these CFDs, primarily with public safety and also the maintenance services.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
We did hear this, not as a public hearing, obviously, when this was first introduced. I don't remember seeing the amounts. So we didn't approve the percentages on those things. So that's new tonight. So it would not necessarily be going back. This is essentially a proposal on how it was supposed to work, correct?
The resolutions that were before you in the last meeting did have all the rates attached to that in them. So that was the resolution of intention that was adopted, approved, and formed, the rate and method of apportionment that's attached to the resolution that had these rates in them. So again, between changes between the resolution of intention and the resolution of formation to decrease rates can be done at the dais tonight. But if we want to increase rates, which a percentage adding the escalator to the affordable housing would be an increase in those rates, and that would need to be brought back to you all, unfortunately.
I'd like to hear from the developer if possible to see what that does to their time frame. Did you have input, David?
Sure. Well, I'm talking with Director Carcamo. So just to add maybe a little more clarity, so the specific project, Discovery Village, does not include any affordable housing units, but the rate is being set for future projects as well. Right. So
yeah, that's my concern.
That's not what we talked about.
Okay.
So I need to know how this affects the current project that's moving forward too. It shouldn't. It's a consideration. I still like to hear, but I agree with you. I think we still got to do it right. I don't know what you're saying.
I think we may have a solution. We'll hear from the developer. We may have a.
Okay.
Good. Good evening. How are you?
Good.
Doing well, thank you. Been a long road to get here tonight. So, but do you guys have any specific questions you'd like me to answer?
If we delay this CFD by the time frame they're talking about, sounds like 30 to 45 days. Is that going to affect you negatively?
It just means have to redo a bunch of paperwork and new signatures and all that. But, I want to do what's right for the city as well. I mean, Justin Clifton and I and staff have worked really hard to get here. I think we've all given. And we think that it's going to be a good thing for the city of Murrieta. And we just want to make sure it's right. So, and since we're the first one, the guinea pigs on this thing, as usual, we want to make sure it's right. But, we'd rather not continue. But we want to make sure it's right.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do have a question for Brian. We would have to we'd have to go back and redo the ROI. Right?
Yes.
So resolution of intentions, resolution of formation. Yeah. So we're really talking two additional steps here. So it's actually more than 30 to 45 days. We're really talking a good 2 to 3 months. Yeah.
Councilmember Holliday, I think we were discussing with staff here, and since this project does not have any affordable housing associated with it, I think one of the steps that we could choose, if this would work with the council, is we could take a motion to strike from the CFD, the affordable housing component of it. And this CFD would only apply to annexations for non-affordable housing, for market rate housing. And then when the time comes back in to have affordable housing CFD, we could then have a affordable housing CFD with a new rate and an escalator. And that would allow this project to move forward on the basis that we have, if that would be sufficient with the council.
Thank you for that solution. I like that.
Yeah. That sounds like a win-win.
It does.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
So if that is the path to go, I would like to just maybe consult with the city attorney about how we properly document that. But I think the motion, when we get to that point, would be to have a motion to approve the resolutions and to strike the affordable housing components from the rate and method and from the CFD. And then we would be directed to make those changes after the fact to implement the council's desires.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember DeForest, you're up next.
Were you finished?
I was.
Councilmember Holloway?
He nodded.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. I just want some transparency questions. The city would be getting approximately from this project, and thank you for being the first. I appreciate that. But going forward, the city's going to get about $210,000 a year for public safety. That's true?
That is correct.
And then where would the money come to the city if this didn't go through? If we didn't have a CFD, if this wasn't, what would be happening? Where would we ever see that money?
No, in fact, that wouldn't come through for those services or potentially any services. There's a CFD, in fact, it probably would be funded through facilities instead.
Which would be our general fund.
Well, your general fund would have to supplement.
So we would get more residences without them contributing to our quality of public safety.
Essentially, everybody would be having to pitch in to mitigate their impacts of new emergency services.
Right, so this is allowing somebody to pay their fair share to come to City of Murrieta with our standards as high as they are.
That's correct.
Okay, I thank you for that clarity. And forming a CFD, is there a negative impact to the city whatsoever?
To form a CFD, all costs associated with forming the CFD is borne by the developer for doing the process. And then everything is paid through the tax rate directly, not to this by the city's general fund whatsoever.
Thank you for that clarification and transparency. I appreciate it. And thank you for being our first.
Mayor Pro Tem LaVille.
Thank you. I like the solution that was talked about. I just wanted to paint a what if in a number of years the state comes in with even more awesome ideas, and if we implemented something that did make sense for the affordable housing what if scenario in this district, then that would be something they could not claw back on and take away from that ability to implement anything. I don't know if that's a thing you want to think about, but if it's there as part of the district as it was adopted, then maybe I'm just trying to think ahead of what I've seen the state do, that's all.
Whatever gets into the CFD stays in the CFD for as long as services are being provided. If the rules change, then we would have to pivot and look at a different means of how we're going to adjust to accommodate that, different development requirements, or, so we can look back and reevaluate when that time comes. You're not stuck with just doing this one CFD.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I understand the question, I think even if this CFD were formed with the provision for affordable housing, I think any new law would affect the ability to annex new developments into it. And we might have to amend the CFD or create a new one anyway.
Okay.
So the timing is such that really until the first project comes forward with an affordability housing component, it likely doesn't matter.
Yeah, good luck, John.
Okay, well, I guess the state is smarter than me. I'm kidding.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If we go ahead and strike the affordable housing tonight, which I would support, how long will it take, Javier, for you to come back to us to vote on that?
So we do have another project in the pipeline that is only affordable housing. Looking at, I think, formation in June 3rd. So at that point in time, then we'll bring the resolution of intention with an updated assessment or levy of the assessment with an escalator.
And so would that be before that project comes before us, or will you have to postpone that project for us to facilitate this?
That will be at the time the project is coming forward.
So the same night?
Yes.
So the first week in June?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none at this time, is there any members of the public that would wish to speak on this matter?
Ivan Holler.
Hello, Mr. Holler. He's back.
I'm going to get to that. This is different.
Yeah,
For the record, Ivan Holler here tonight on behalf of Argent Development and Discovery Village. As you can see, I've only been marginally successful at being retired. I hope to do better in the future. But I'm here tonight to speak in support of the item. I think the solution that you had offered is certainly acceptable to move this forward this evening, which would be beneficial to us. But we want to be good partners with the city, and I think that's what you heard from Derek. So that's the first objective. If we can do that and utilize this other option, I think that's what we would be supportive of doing tonight. I also want to say that we're pleased to be a part of this to help enhance public safety services in the city in a way that growth pays for growth. And I think that's really key. Existing residents are unaffected by whatever action you take tonight, unless, of course, you were to deny this, and then that might be a different scenario because those existing residents would have to pay for services provided to new growth. So I would ask for your support on this. Unfortunately, you'll be seeing me briefly for two related items this evening. But again, thank you for your time and urge you to support the item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
May I ask a question or direction from council? When we bring this back eventually with the affordable housing project, as far as the escalator, would you like staff to come back with a proposed escalator amount and, percentage, and as well as a levy amount? Or would you like to propose something to us?
No, we'd like you to, as what I'm understanding, what would you like, Mr. Councilmember Holliday? You brought it up.
I'll let you determine the amount. I think the escalator needs to be 3 or 4%.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I would think it'd be 4, make it the same.
Okay, we're going to continue on with public hearing, with the public comments. Is there any further public comments?
Seeing none, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Bring it back to council deliberation. Anything else you would like to say?
I do.
Councilmember Holliday.
I did want to mention one other thing, just for the public and maybe the council's edification as well. The only reason this is possible is because the developer has been working with the city on this. Prior to this CFD for public safety, the developer had the range from whatever the current tax rate is up to the 2% maximum to be able to use for facilities, whether it was water, streets, lights, whatever. And with the change we made in our sales tax funding for, I think it was last year sometime we did it, that we went up to the 2%. We also included the financing of DIF fees, which is very beneficial to the developer because DIF fees don't have prevailing wage, which if you use Mello-Roos for some facilities, they can fall under prevailing wage. So I just want to acknowledge that the developer is using a chunk of what they normally would have to allow the city of Murrieta to move forward with this, and they deserve credit for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Holliday. Has the city clerk received written protests to any of the matters addressed in this public hearing from any registered voters or landowners owners of more than 50% of the acreage located within the CFD?
I have received 0 written protests, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. If there are no further comments from the public or the members of the council, I hereby declare this public hearing closed. I will entertain a motion to approve resolution number 25-4820, and I'd like it restated, please, based with the strike in it, establishing the CFD.
Would you like me to take a stab at?
Let me finish this just a second. Authorizing the levy of a special tax therein and calling an election within the CFD. Would you please restate the motion?
Yeah, excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's fine.
So the motion would be to approve resolution 2548-20 with direction to staff to eliminate the affordable housing tax rate from the rate and method of apportionment.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
I have a first. Do I have a second? I do have a second by Councilmember Holliday. Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously 5-0. And Madam Mayor, I'd like to state that there will be various motions for each item, okay?
Correct, okay. We're going to go, Madam City Clerk, now that we've adopted the resolutions, please continue with the election.
The resolution that you have just adopted as amended calls an election within the CFD, which is to be held at this time. All ballots have been cast in connection with the election for the CFD, which I have here with me, which is available at the dais here, and the election is now closed. The ballot proposition has been approved by more than 2/3 of the votes cast in the election for the CFD.
Having received confirmation from the city clerk of the result of the election, I would entertain a motion to approve Resolution 25-4821, certifying the result of the election within the CFD.
Madam Mayor, may I interrupt again just for 1 second? Because the resolution, the ballot that the property owners approved this evening referenced the rate and method that was attached to the resolution of intention that did not include, that included the affordable housing tax rate. So I'd like the property owner just to come up and state for the record that, they've cast their ballot and they approve that change, just so we have that in the record.
That would be great. Sir, would you do that for me, please?
Where would you like to?
I'd like to reopen the public hearing.
Good evening again.
Good evening again.
It's been a while.
Just Mr. Hicks, if you could just prove that you guys cast the ballot and knowing that you've approved this change to the rate method.
Yes, we are good with and approve the change.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any
As
further?
presented.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment? I will now close the public hearing again. We have a motion and a second. We have a motion by, is this new? Yeah. This is good? Okay. We have a motion by Councilmember DeForest and a second by Councilmember Holliday. Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you. The resolution certifying the results of the election for the CFD has been passed. I would now ask for the clerk to conduct a first reading of the ordinance relating to the CFD, which would authorize the levy of a special tax in accordance with the special tax formula approved by the landowners within the CFD at the election. Madam City Clerk?
Yes, thank you. I want to check with Mr. Forbath. I'm okay to move forward with this one? Yes. Okay, thank you. Conduct the first reading and introduction ordinance number 614-25, entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Murrieta, California, acting in its capacity as a legislative body of Community Facilities District number 2025-1, Safety Services of the City of Murrieta, authorizing the levy of special taxes.
Thank you. I would now ask for a motion to introduce the ordinance for the CFD. I have a motion by Councilmember Holliday and a second by Councilmember DeForest. Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you very much. We're now going to move on to number. No. Are you going to read the title of the ordinance?
I already did, Madam Mayor. I can repeat it. That conducted the first reading of introducing ordinance number 614-25, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Murrieta, California, acting its capacity as a legislative body of Community Facilities District 2025-1, Safety Services of the City of Murrieta, authorizing the levy of special taxes. And Madam City Attorney, all you have to say is just jump in. I will say how high.
Not very high.
Moving right along, moving on to number 18, formation of Community Facilities District number 2025-2, maintenance services of the City of Murrieta. Now is the time for the public hearing relating to the formation of the Community Facilities District number 2025-2, maintenance services of the City of Murrieta. Staff, may we please have your report?
Well, good evening again, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, members of the public. We have the same presentation for you. So we're gonna, everything is the same as what I shared with you in the first presentation, except primarily the overview of the, specifically for this district. So we're just gonna jump into that slide.
Okay. All right. So this one is for Community Facilities District 2025-2 Maintenance Services. This is being formed under the Melrose Act to fund ongoing public maintenance services, similar to how the city has previously formed LLDs. This is providing similar services, enhanced services, with no commitment from the city's general fund for general benefit. So new development mitigates their impacts. So the type of services that are eligible are landscape maintenance, street lighting, street sweeping, pavement management, park and trails maintenance, drainage and stormwater system maintenance, as well as graffiti abatement. So for this specific project, it's going to establish the original tax zone for 2025-2 with its initial tax rate of $274 per single-family residential unit with an escalator of the greater of 2% or the March CPI year-over-year increase. And similar to the public safety CFD, this is a citywide annexable CFD to allow future development to join and share in funding maintenance impacts. At build-out for this development, the project will generate $99,917 annually for maintenance services.
Okay, thank you. Similarly to the prior CFD formation, we received the petition from the formation from the owners. The resolution of intention to form was approved by council during the February 4th City Council meeting. A public hearing was scheduled for the April 1st, but staff recommended that we continue the public hearing to today, May 6th City Council meeting. Tonight, we will conduct a public hearing, hold an election, certify the election results, and introduce the first reading of the ordinance. If the items are approved, the second reading will take place at the June 3rd City Council meeting. I will not read the recommendations in front of you, and I'll send the report. And with that concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing and take council members' questions. Do I have any questions from the council? Yes, I do. Council Member Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could you go back to the slide for the escalator? So this does not have the same problem as the other one. There's no affordable housing separate issue. It's all units. Is only single family?
So the way that this CFD works is that as each new development comes forward, they're going to be establishing their own tax zone. And so based on their project impacts for services, so some may be gated, some may not, some may have a higher maintenance obligation than others. So when they come forward, they'll be creating their own tax zone with a different rate specific to their project. So that rate won't be 274, it'll be something other than.
Okay.
And regarding affordable housing, they'll be considered either single family or multifamily type, whatever type of the development. The rate would be set to maintain those costs associated to that project, and it would escalate consistent with the other projects.
And we're going to use this same escalator, the 2% or whichever is greater of the year-over-year increase for the March CPI?
Correct.
Okay, so that's not going to change between any project, just the initial dollar amount.
Correct, and this district is also is set up so that it can accommodate both residential and non-residential development.
Oh, okay. So commercial can annex in if they
Correct.
choose. And I wanted to clarify a couple things. So if we didn't have this CFD, because we don't today, if we didn't have this, how would that list of services be paid?
I can answer that. So certainly these services would have to come from local funding, either general fund or other funding sources such as the Measure T fund. So the city will be
on the back.
Obligated to
come from our existing revenue sources. And since it's a recurring expense, it would reduce the revenue sources that are available to hire public safety officers and firefighters.
That's correct.
Okay. So by doing this, obviously the new projects are coming in and they're creating parks, trails, landscape. They're creating more amenities that we have to take care of ultimately once the project is built, correct?
That is correct.
And this is only applying to new developments, not going to any other citizens that are currently in the city. And so they're paying their impact through their property taxes for that new home in Murrieta.
That is correct.
And by doing so, it doesn't offset our revenue, which allows any increases in our revenue to be focused towards public safety if that's what we choose to do with it.
That's correct.
And if we don't, then we have to take that revenue and apply it to this.
Yes.
Okay. All right, just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember DeForest.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I know that you'd said growth pays for growth. This is another example of that. Could you state current residents of Murrieta will not be affected by this? You will have to choose to purchase in this CFD to be affected. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That is, if an existing Murrieta residents purchase a property within this district, they will be subject to that rate.
Right, but it won't affect any of us if we continue to stay in our homes where we are.
This would only impact new development.
New development.
That annex into the CFD.
And the monies, like Councilmember Holliday said, the monies that if this doesn't go through, the monies that we'll have to do maintenance for all of these things will come from our general fund.
That's correct.
Or a fund that is taxpayer driven.
Likely general tax revenue sources will go towards funding these services to some of these districts if this is not implemented.
Okay, thank you, and appreciate that, and appreciate that we have a developer that will partner with the city to help offset some of the costs to continue to maintain our amazing services. So thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing no one in the queue for council at this time, any members of the public wishing to speak on this matter may be heard. Madam City Clerk, are there any?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ivan Holler.
Again.
Hello, Mr. Holler again.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Back again. Just real briefly, for the record, on behalf of Argent Development, we are also supportive of this as one of the related 3 items this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other persons wishing to speak?
Seeing none.
Fine, I'll bring it back to council deliberation. Anything? Seeing none? Oh, yes, sir.
I just wanted to make a comment on Councilmember DeForest saying that this doesn't affect any of the existing residents. I maintain by my previous comments that it would negatively affect the existing residents if we don't pass. If we don't do this, it will negatively affect the existing residents because then the future growth is coming out of money, like I said, we could use for public safety. So it can negatively affect them if we don't pass this.
If we don't pass this, I would agree with that as well, and that this helps current residents with maintaining our current costs. So, yeah, thank you for that clarity. I appreciate that, Councilmember.
Okay. Ready? Okay. Has the city clerk received written protest to any of the matters addressed in this public hearing from any registered voters or landowners of more than 50% of the acreage located within the CFD?
I received 0 written protests, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. If there are no further comments from the public or the members of the city council, I hereby declare this public hearing closed. I will entertain a motion to approve resolution number 25-4822, establishing the CFD, authorizing the levy of a special tax therein, and calling an election within the CFD. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lavelle and a second by Councilmember DeForest. Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, now that we have adopted the resolution, please continue with the election. Is she having heart palpitations over there?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All ballots have been cast in connection with the election for the CFD, and the election is now closed. The ballot proposition has been approved by more than 2/3 of the vote cast in the election for the CFD.
Thank you. Having received confirmation from the city clerk of the result of the election, I would entertain a motion to approve resolution number 25-4823, certifying the results of the election within the CFD. We have a motion by Councilmember Holliday and a second by Councilmember DeForest. Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, would you like me to read this part, or would that be you? Will you read that?
I can take over,
Go,
Madam Mayor.
please. I thought so. Thank you.
Between the both of us.
I know.
The resolution certifying the results of the election has been, for the CFD has been passed. And I will ask the council to conduct first reading of ordinance number 615-25 entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Murrieta, California, acting in its capacity as the legislative body of Community Facilities District number 2025-2, maintenance services of the City of Murrieta, authorizing the levy of the special taxes.
I would now ask for a motion to introduce the ordinance for the CFD. I have a motion by Councilmember DeForest and a second by Councilmember Holliday. Please vote. Oops. Oh, no, that's wrong.
Okay.
I hit the wrong one.
There you go.
I hit the wrong one. Sorry.
Motion carries unanimously, 5-0.
2 down. 1 more to go. We'll move on to item number 19. Formation of Community Facilities District 2025-3, Discovery Village of the City of Murrieta. Now is the time for a public hearing relating to the formation of the Community Facilities District 2025-3, Discovery Village of the City of Murrieta. Staff, welcome back. May we have a report?
Yes, thank you. So this item is associated with CFD 2025-3 for public improvements, specifically for Discovery Village. I'm going to ask Mr. Shane Spicer to go and provide an overview of that formation.
Thank you.
All right. There we go. Last but not least, so CFD 2025-3 Discovery Village is a facility CFD. Argent had requested the city assist in forming a facility CFD formed in accordance to the Melrose Act to finance public infrastructure improvements that support the project's development. Special taxes will be levied on residential units based on their home size, less than $1,350 through greater than $2,400, with a tax range of $3,087 to $4,772. The rates correspond to an overall effective tax rate of 2%, which includes both the public safety and the maintenance services CFDs, and includes a 2% annual escalator. The CFD authorizes a maximum bonded indebtedness of $27.5 million, which will fund public improvements benefiting the development. So bond uses and the JCFA. The bond proceeds from the CFD will be used to construct and acquire public facilities, including streets and sidewalks, drainage and lighting infrastructure, water and sewer systems, and with payments to the city and Eastern's mitigation fees. Also included is a JCFA, or Joint Community Facilities Agreement, with Eastern Municipal Water District that was approved on April 16th, ensuring a coordinated delivery of these public improvements. This agreement solidifies collaboration between the city and Eastern for long-term infrastructure support. Under current market conditions, the anticipated bond issuance amount for this project would generate approximately $23.1 million in bonds for a total of nearly $20 million in bond proceeds. The total project amount eligible to be financed includes $21.6 million, which includes $12 million in city fees and facilities, and the balance of $9.7 in Eastern's fees and facilities. And turn it back to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Shane. So again, property owners of Discovery Village submitted petitions for the formation of these CFDs. The resolution of intention to form the CFDs was approved by City Council meeting on the February 4th. A public hearing was scheduled for the April 1st meeting, but staff recommended continuing the public hearing to today, May 6th. Tonight, we will conduct the public hearing, hold an election, certify the election results, and introduce the first reading of the ordinance. If approved, the second reading will take place at the June 3rd City Council meeting. And with that concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing. And now I will take council members' questions, and I have Councilmember Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this CFD is only for those facilities that were on that previous slide. And this CFD has an end date. What is that end date? Way before that. God willing.
The end date for this CFD that could be beyond it's 30-year bonds, but the term of the tax is 2066, 2067.
Okay, so it's 30-year bonds, and once those are paid off, that assessment's gone. Now, I saw this one has an escalator. The previous two have escalators because the cost to provide those services increase over time. Can you share with why this has an escalator?
Yes. So the request to include an escalator is to help offset the impacts that these services districts are causing to the developer's ability to finance the project. With these services that weren't anticipated, having the escalator will allow for a larger bonding capacity to allow for them to cover more of the facility costs that they might otherwise have been able to have without the services taxes levied on top.
Yeah, I knew the answer, but I wanted the public to hear the answer. And the reason they can't levy a tax for as much as they want to is because of the state cap of 2%. And so
that's correct.
So the escalator kind of is a way to increase the funding that basically they gave to the city.
That is correct.
But if I remember all the numbers correctly, they're still coming out of pocket more with our CFDs in place than they would have.
That's correct. So based on the 2%, they still have a deficit of approximately 1.7 million.
Yeah, I knew it was substantial. Again, I thank the developer for being a partner with the city, certainly. I just wanted to make sure that the public and my colleagues understood why the escalator. It's not because the cost, because it's only for creating the infrastructure. There's no maintenance involved. Once the facilities are created, the city's responsible for the streets. The water sewer districts are responsible for their facilities. This isn't about increased costs. This is about bonding capacity. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is really to Councilmember Holliday. I just really appreciate, your clarification tonight and all your questions, basically in layman terms, not only for myself, but for the residents that will be watching. So I just wanted to say thank you for bringing this to all of our attention.
Thank you. There are no more council that wish to speak that are in the queue. So at this time, is there any public that wishes to speak? And I see that Mr. Holler is in the queue. Please come on down.
He's getting the steps in.
Yes, he is. Hello again.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I promise it's the last time.
Oh, come on.
Again, speaking on behalf of Argent, we are in support of this and really appreciate the city's assistance in putting a JCFA together. The team, your team behind me has been fantastic to work with. And this is also the most efficient way and the least costly way to put this together by bundling it all into JCFA as opposed to separate standalone districts. Hopefully I can say it like that and you know what I mean, Councilor. But anyway, we do appreciate that. We are in support of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Are there any other public wish to speak, Madam City Clerk?
Seeing none, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'll bring it back for council deliberation. Mr. Holliday.
I know I'm very chatty tonight. I did want to clarify one more point. If there were no CFDs, not talking about CFDs, not the previous two, but if this CFD didn't exist, the developer would have to put that infrastructure in out of pocket, correct? And when the developer does that, it increases the price of the home up until whatever somebody's willing to pay for the home. The difference is the interest rate on these bonds that are going to go out are tax-favored bonds at a much lower rate than a home mortgage rate. So we're assisting new home buyers because the infrastructure's got to go in. It's got to be paid for somehow or the project doesn't develop. If the developer looked at this project and said, oh, if I have to pay sewer and water and I can't sell the home for this price, they don't build the home. And so the fact that they're moving forward with this it really is a benefit to the homeowner because now they're financing a portion of the housing cost that they would have financed through a mortgage at much lower rates. So it's really a benefit to the new home buyer too. Just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question for the developer. Can you come to the podium?
Be quick, I know you guys have had a very long day.
That's fine.
We've been here since 2:30.
I would run, but I didn't want to fall, so.
I just have a quick question. It really has nothing to do with any of this, but how are you going to do with fire insurance?
Fire insurance?
Not necessarily you, but, you know, the residents are having difficult time in getting fire insurance.
Yeah.
And so
I think it's a California state issue.
it is a California state issue, but.
And it's becoming a bigger issue. I mean, I know personally in my own fire insurance, I know that firsthand. But, you know, and in speaking with our HOA consultants and so forth, I mean, that's one of the biggest issues that multifamily projects have these days, even to get off the ground.
Right.
To be able to, you know, the assessments that go to the homeowners, I mean, we're looking at, you know, it could be $500-600 a month just for your HOA for a townhome complex. And
Correct.
it's crazy. I mean,
The
it's
interest rates, the HOA dues, the CFD, you know, it all adds up. And then the bottom line is having to deal with fire insurance.
Yep.
Are you going to be able to assist with the homeowners that are be purchasing your units?
We are the developer. You know, our usual business plan is that we would work hand in hand with a well-known developer, a well-known home builder, and we would work with them in the formation of the HOA, make sure that, you know, when it's handed off to them, you know, we work with them. I made a lot of promises to a lot of staff members that I would stick around. So, you know, that's my intent, is to work with the developer, work with the home builder or home builders and make sure that, you know, that becomes a seamless process. And, you know, from an insurance perspective, that's going to be, you know, up to, you know, what is going to be required in order to get the best outcome in obtaining that insurance.
And what about, you know, thinking outside the box with regards to, I know that the state has requirements for new builds, but it'll be interesting to see whoever home builder that you work with to see what maybe out of the box amenities that they're going to offer that will help mitigate some of that.
Yeah, and I'm sure working, I mean, you guys have a stellar fire department here. And I know that, and it's going to get better. Based on the CFD tonight, so that's a good thing for everybody. I do know that obviously all of the plans have to go through plan check with fire, and I definitely know that that would be a value for the safety of the homeowner in buying a home, and I'm sure that, you know, it wouldn't just be an option; it would be something that, you know, obviously that the home builder would most likely work with the fire department on. And it's always about a cost, right? But you know, if there's a safety, you know, factor that can be added, something like that, and add that value to the home and give those family members who live in that home that comfort, then obviously something that I'm sure they would look at. Yes.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Anything else? Thank you, guys.
Anybody else? Okay. Has the city clerk received written protest to any of the matters addressed in this public hearing from any registered voters or landowners of more than 50% of the acreage located in this CFD?
I have received 0 written protests, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. If there are no further comments from the public or the member of the City Council, I hereby declare this public hearing closed. I will entertain a motion to approve resolution number 25-4824, establishing the CFD, authorizing the levy of a special tax therein, and calling an election within the CFD, and resolution number 25-4825, determining the necessity to incur bonded indebtedness in an amount of not to exceed $27,500,000, is that right? $27,500,000 within the CFD, and calling an election within the CFD. We have a motion by Councilmember DeForest and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Lovell. Please vote.
Council, thank you. Motion carries unanimously 5-0.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, now that we have adopted the resolution, please continue with the election.
The resolution that we have just adopted calls on the election with the CFD, which is to be held at this time. All ballots have been cast in connection with the election for the CFD, and the election is now closed. The ballot propositions have been approved by more than 2/3 of the votes cast in the election for the CFD.
Thank you. Having received confirmation from the City Clerk of the results of the election, I would entertain a motion to approve Resolution Number 25-4826, certifying the election resolutions within the CFD. I have a motion by Councilmember DeForest and a second by Councilmember Holliday. Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously 5-0.
Thank you. The resolution certifying the result of the election for the CFD has passed. I would now ask for the clerk to conduct a first reading of the ordinance relating to the CFD, which would authorize the levy of a special tax in accordance with the special tax formula approved by the landowners within the CFD at the election.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance number 616-25, entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Murrieta, California, acting in its capacity as the legislative body of Community Facilities District number 2025-3, Discovery Village of the City of Murrieta, authorizing the levy of special taxes.
Thank you. I would now ask for a motion to introduce the ordinance for the CFD and approve a joint community facilities agreement with Eastern Municipal Water District for Community Facilities District number 2025-3, Discovery Village of the City of Murrieta. I have a motion by Dr. DeForest and a second by Councilmember Holliday. Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 20. Thank you, staff. Thank you, everybody. We are the introduction of ordinance 619-25, updating the city's fire hazard severity zone map. Welcome, staff. Chief? May we please have your report?
Yes, good evening, Mayor Warren.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem LaBelle and Council. Thank you for all of the work on the CFD, and also thank you for making it look like passing fire hazard severity zone map ordinances will be easy after all. So we are here this evening to present something that looks very similar to something we presented at our last council meeting, which is part of the process we have to follow to get through the adoption of the new fire hazard severity zone maps. I am Bernard Malloy. I'm the fire chief for the City of Murrieta, and with me tonight is Doug Stroh-Snyder, fire marshal for the City of Murrieta, just in case you have any very technical questions that I'll have to refer to the experts for. So as I mentioned in our last meeting, the state of California is responsible for updating fire hazard severity zone maps in the state responsibility area, that's the area in the county outside of our city, and the local responsibility area, that's the municipal area of our city. They're responsible to do that every 5 years. The last maps came out in 2008. So during that time, we've had a lot of changes to the science that they used to build these maps. And though it took them more than 5 years to get them out, they did recently release them on March 24th. Part of the government code requires that they identify moderate, high, and very high fire severity zones in addition to the existing very high fire severity zones that we already had. So we've added 2 more zones to the fire maps. Previous LRA maps only contained that very high fire severity zone. These maps now include areas that were not initially identified by the state fire marshal, and some areas that were previously included have been removed from our maps, and the QR code there will get you a reference to the maps. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the government codes that require this because it's part of our process. Government Code 51179 requires that local agencies designate moderate, high, and very high fire severity zones by ordinance within 120 days of the maps being released. And that was released on March 24th. It does not allow local agencies to decrease fire hazard severity zone levels or remove areas from the recommended map. However, it does allow a local agency to include additional areas not identified by the state fire marshal. So we can increase the fire severity zones of our maps, but we cannot decrease the fire severity zones of our map, and that is by government code. Murrieta is not increasing any areas of the fire hazard severity zones beyond what was given to us by state requirement. There is a public comment period that we're going to get to that we have to host. It's important to note, though, that public comment period, we cannot do anything with those public comments to change the maps. We could change those maps to be more strict, however, we have not elected to do that, and I doubt if council would be surprised to see that nobody asked us to make the maps more strict in our public comments. This is a picture of how the map has changed. It's a little confusing. This is available online as a much better reference, but for the ability to present it here, the green hash marks is our old fire hazards, very high fire hazard severity zone. And the new colors underneath it, the red is the very high fire severity zone, the kind of orange is the high fire severity zone, and then the yellow is the moderate severity zone. Each of those zones has changed. Nothing stayed the same. We had areas that completely went away, areas that were added. We went up by about 7.2% in the very high fire severity map, not the other areas that were added as well. Other cities went up by almost 50% in some cases. So we really did a pretty good job of not increasing our map by very much. When we look at what acreage we added, we went up to 12,347 total from our previous 9,101. Of note, 9,758 is the new acreage of the very high fire severity zone, where the most stringent ordinances are in place in the fire code. And those are the properties up there. Now, this government code, like I said, does make us host public comment, and it's very important for the public to understand. We took public comment online for the required amount of time. We talked to many of the people that provided public comment that were in the form of specific questions that we could answer, but the underlying theme of the public comment was what is being used to make these maps, why are the maps changing to exactly this area? Why are parcels being split in half? And I think there's a couple of answers that we should carry for council, and that is what's being used to make these maps is not 100% clear to us. We do not have a true insight into the science that is being used. However, we have been told by the state's fire marshal's office that they're using fuel loading topography, weather, ember casting, and fire modeling. There are technologies available today, certainly, that were not available when they did the maps in 2008. And to the concept of parcels being cut in half with the severity zones, they don't look at a parcel level at all when they prepare these maps. They simply look at the topography and the fuel and how it applies. So they don't look at a parcel map and say this parcel is going to be completely in. If a parcel is touched by the highest severity zone, that is what the parcel will be in, and that will be in our municipal code, is how we determine if you're half in very high and half in high, we have to apply the very high fire severity zone to that parcel. So we did host our public comment. It was opened through April 30th, 2025. And again, those were some references to the map, which are still here. Going back to Discovery Village, a really great question came up about fire safety, about insurance. Understand that development is still allowed in the very high fire severity zones. They simply will have to comply with building standards, dispensable space requirements, access and egress standards, fire protection measures, and there may have to be an EIR depending on the type of development that it is. This already exists. Nothing has changed about how buildings have to be built in the very high fire severity zone. They are already building themselves to a higher standard, Chapter 7A in the building code. They already have different setbacks than are required, and that's still going to remain in the very high fire severity zone. The high fire severity zone will now be brought into that Chapter 7A as well. So they will have to be built into the higher building standards, which if we look at those higher building standards and we look at, go back many presentations I gave you ago about fire insurance, if we look at those higher building standards and what insurance companies are requiring, it lines up almost directly with Chapter 7A of the building code as to what fire insurance companies are requiring. So getting people to build into the higher building standards will be helpful for them to obtain and keep fire insurance. So our recommendation after all of that is to conduct the first reading and introduce ordinance number 619-25 entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Murrieta, California, adopting a new map with updated fire hazard severity zones as recommended by the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection. And with that, we are here for any questions.
Thank you very much. Before I go to the queue, I'm going to ask a question. How many questions did you get or comments did you get from the public?
16.
It's more than I thought you were going to get. Thank you. We'll move on to Council. Councilmember Holliday has the floor.
So when I scan the QR code, I have to put all this information in to see the map. Is that your QR code or is that a state?
We have a couple, well, it's our QR code that goes to the state websites. The map, the GIS layer map, since it's a state map, goes to the state's website. We do have on our department website this map that you can see up here that you can zoom in on, but it doesn't go to the parcel level like the state map does. We did not have the ability to completely rebuild this with our GIS system that we have in place in a web-facing view.
So if they want the parcel level detail, they have to go to the state and have to put all that information in.
They do.
That's a pain.
Or you can just keep zooming.
Just keep zooming?
I believe you can keep zooming and get into it.
Well, you can't get into it until you put your personal information in.
Okay.
It doesn't even show you the map.
Can you go back to the two QR codes? So maybe
I think there's a different QR code for the map and there's one for the questionnaire.
So there's the map.
Let's see if
I haven't scanned these in a while. And then the comments, we have closed that as of April 30th.
Okay, that one goes to the map. Thank you. We were just to the comment one.
No.
Got it?
So now it works.
Yeah, thank you.
So use the right one. That's all.
Yeah. Does that conclude your comments? Yes. Councilmember Howell, thank you very much. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Chief. Going back to my question to the developer, I think I should have prefaced my question a little bit differently. My concern is there are millions of people right now that do not have fire insurance. And as these new developments are coming to fruition, is there a possibility, and I know it wasn't his responsibility, but the question is, he's going to build these beautiful new homes, and is there a chance that people will not be able to get fire insurance?
I can't answer that with a perfect yes or no answer. What I can say is that if you are not able to obtain wildfire insurance in the state of California, you are able to get the FAIR Plan. And the FAIR Plan it's not a state program, it's actually a risk pool of all of the insurance companies that write policies in California. So you can get the FAIR Plan for wildfire insurance, and then you have to have other wraparound insurance that ties in to help fully insure your structure. What I can say is that there's a lot of movement going on in this space right now. I mean, there are new insurance regulations that are sitting in the Office of Administrative Law being looked at and approved to make new rate filings for all of these insurance companies. There are other initiatives out there like Safer from Wildfire that lets you do all of the home hardening, but any new construction is really going to be taking a look at that and building their properties in a way that insurance companies have to come out and say, yes, we will support that. And we have a lot of those, being a fire risk reduction community here in Murrieta. I'm going to toot that again, the only one in Riverside County. We already hold our developers to a very high standard for fire safety, and we've had pretty good luck keeping our larger parcels and larger communities insured.
I know that you're keeping up to date what the state is implementing. Are you seeing regulations with regards to bringing back the insurance companies, that they're lowering those regulations so State Farm will? I know that there was a huge rate increase, and I know that a lot of insurance companies have left the state of California. Do you see with the new regulations, supposedly the new regulations, that these insurance companies are going to be coming back to the state of California?
California is one of the largest insurance markets in the world. So I think the insurance companies want to be here. They just want to be able to properly cost risk for their business. And so you will see them coming back when they get the new insurance regulations that allow them to raise their rates to match the risk that they're modeling. And they're also going to be allowed to use catastrophe modeling, which is forward-looking modeling of basically like the fire maps. You're modeling what the risk is. So they're going to bring that into their policy writing.
Great. Thank you so much, and thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I don't see any other in the queue. Madam City Clerk, are there any public comments regarding this item?
Seeing none.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council for further discussion. Do I have any? I don't have any, but I have a motion. A mover by Mayor Pro Tem Lavelle and a second by Councilmember Holliday. Before we vote, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
Motion carries 5-0 to conduct the first reading and introduce ordinance number 619-25, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Murrieta, California, adopting a new map with updated fire hazard severity zones as recommended by the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Mr. Strohschneider, for being here tonight. We appreciate it. We're at reconsideration. Madam City Clerk.
Council member who voted on the prevailing side of the original motion may move a reconsideration to consider new information or correct inadvertent errors on a non-public hearing item at the same or the next meeting. At this time, are there any requests from City Council for reconsideration? Seeing none.
Thank you. We're going to move on to council members' request to add or withdraw items for future agendas. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. Now is the time for council member requests to add or withdraw items to future agendas. There will be no discussion on the request. A brief explanation of the request may be given. The merit of the items being requested may not be discussed or debated. Mr. City Manager, do you have any updates before City Council requests?
Yes, I would. First, if council wants to consider any new items, after that, I would like to introduce a few items for possible consideration that were added previously that could be either amended or withdrawn.
Okay. Do we have anybody that wants to add any? Seeing none.
Okay, excellent. So I'd like to start with a request that was submitted by Mayor Pro Tem Lavelle. This was done on January 25th concerning e-bike safety and possible policy. I did make contact with the individual. Any policy is still in a very conceptual form, really only hypothetical and not any proposed policies at this point. So if council agrees and Mayor Pro Tem agrees, we can withdraw that item with the commitment that if any policy ideas come forward, I'd place those on an agenda for your consideration.
Yes, I agree. There was, when I made that recommendation, Harley Davidson, the funder of this, was going through some significant changes and that affected this. So when the time is right, I would like to bring that back.
Great. Okay. And do we need a vote for that or just a withdrawal, correct? Okay, excellent. Second item I think we can clean up. This was brought by Councilmember Stone on March 18th concerning South Coast Air Quality Management District that was proposing two new rules, Rule 1111 and 1121, that were concerning air quality and potentially eliminating residents' choice of having gas-powered appliances, gas heaters and water heaters and potentially others. It was already consistent with our legislative platform to write a letter in opposition, which we did, largely mirroring that of the local gas company. So if that is adequate, we could also withdraw that item. Okay, great. And then lastly, also a request by Councilmember Stone on March 18th was to address a voter identification requirement, a potential constitutional amendment put forth by Reform California. That is continuing to move forward, but the ballot language is not yet solidified. And so if it's council and Councilmember Stone's pleasure, we would bring that back when the ballot language is finalized and not beforehand.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. That's all.
Excellent. Thank you very much. With no further business, we are now adjourned. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being here tonight.